Okay, good afternoon. Thanks for coming to this session. I'm DJ Joe, a professor at the Department of Political Science and International Relations, Seoul National University. I'm delighted to serve as a moderator for this session. I have had a chance to read two sets of presentation slides and the draft. Ms. Alison Saronsky deals with China's coercive economic statecraft directly, and two professors deal with neighboring states' reaction to China's economic statecraft. So for a better discussion, I'd like to change the presentation order. Dr. Saronsky start first, then Professor Lee Soo-yeon will be the second presenter, and Professor Lee Wang-hee will be the last presenter. Before coming to this session, I have met only two panelists. So Professor Lee Soo-yeon and my old friend Professor Lee Wang-hee. So it may be not fair for me to introduce the panelists. So I'd like to ask panelists to introduce yourself when you discuss or present. So this is the ground rule for this session. You will listen to 3 presentations in a row. After the last presentation is over, we will have panel discussion. If it is available, the floor will be open to our audiences. Each presenter has maximum 17 minutes, including your own introduction. Each discussant has maximum 7 minutes, including your own introduction. So without any further delay, let's move on to the first presentation. So Ms. Alison Saronsky, podium is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joe. It's a pleasure to be here. As you said, my name is Alison Saronsky. I'm the Vice President for Research at the National Bureau of Asian Research. It's a policy research organization based in Washington, D.C., and we also have an office in Seattle, Washington. My personal background is the study of China and its interactions with U.S. allies and partners primarily in the Indo-Pacific. And today, my focus is a little bit outside of the area I usually examine, but I think has some really important implications for broader strategic and geopolitical issues. So hopefully we can dive into some of those as we discuss the range of statecraft behaviors across this panel today. Let's see. Okay. All right, so I'm going to focus today on China's economic coercion and coercive behavior. China's use of economic punishment towards states that are perceived to have wronged it has been a notable tool of its statecraft. The list of countries that have been on the receiving end of Beijing's economic coercion has grown quite long. Korea, Japan, Norway, Taiwan, Canada, Lithuania, Australia, among many others, have all been targeted by Chinese import or export restrictions, tourism curbs, popular boycotts, and increased trade barriers. The cumulative economic effects in each case have been variable, but often they end up being less significant than feared to the overall economy of the targeted country. And in many cases, Beijing has failed to achieve direct political objectives from the targeted country. However, China's overarching goal in the use of these tools is much broader, encapsulated by the Chengyu Shaji Jinghou, to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, so hence the title here. Today, I'm going to discuss the strategic goal that China pursues in its use of economic coercion and the effects of that on third-party states who have economic interdependence on China. And I'll also touch on some policy implications for the United States, the ROK, and other like-minded countries as they consider strategies to bolster resilience and prevent China's economic threats. Let's see. Oh, let's go back. So briefly, I just want to review what we mean here by economic coercion. For our purposes here today, I will focus exclusively on coercion against states and foreign governments, leaving aside the many other cases in which China uses economic tools to pressure and coerce companies or private actors to alter their actions. So according to Dan Dresner, economic coercion is a tool of economic statecraft which entails a threat or act by a government to disrupt economic exchange with the target state unless the target acquiesces to an articulated demand. And I'll get back to that articulated demand component a little bit later. Economic coercion can have the effect of punishing, influencing, deterring, or some combination of these, the foreign government being targeted. And China's efforts at economic coercion have included measures such as import and export restrictions, investment restrictions, tourism curbs, popular boycotts, and increased trade barriers. According to a report by the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, since 2010, 19 countries and the European Union have been targets of China's economic coercion. From 2020 till today, so just the past few years, Australia has been the country subjected to the most actions, while Europe has been the most targeted region. As you'll see in the next graph that I'll show, there's been a notable increase in the number of incidents of Chinese economic coercion, which began in about 2018 and reached a peak in 2020. And they've remained at pretty high levels since then. So this graph, which ASPE produced, shows the PRC's increased application of economic coercion since 2010. While the number of recorded coercive actions has actually dropped since the peak there in 2020, the counts for both 2021 and 2022 remain well above the numbers observed before 2019. What's clear from this is that economic coercion is now a pretty established part of the PRC's toolkit, and one which we can likely expect to see a continued application of in the coming years as China continues to assert its preferences and pursue its interests around the globe. All right. So this map is just a snapshot to show kind of the range of countries that have been targets of PRC coercive action between just 2020 and 2022. The larger the red circle on there, that's more cases that have affected that country. So I'll go through a few specific case studies in a minute, but from this range of, again, over 19 countries, the pattern that emerges is that very few developing states have been publicly targeted, and the PRC has not employed significant economically coercive tactics against the United States directly, usually preferring to levy pressure campaigns against individual companies in the United States instead of nationally targeted actions. So kind of going chronologically here through a few case studies, and I'll try to keep each of these brief because there's a lot of just details on here already. The first case I'll touch on here is that of Norway, which in 2010, the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, independent of the Norwegian government, awarded the imprisoned Chinese dissident Liu Xiaobo the Nobel Peace Prize. The Chinese government, in response, declared that by openly supporting the extremely erroneous decision by the Nobel Committee, the Norwegian government has destroyed the political foundation and environment for cooperation in bilateral relations. So Beijing then put ongoing free trade agreement talks on hold, began applying new quarantine and inspection regulations on imported Norwegian salmon, among a few other measures. And over the course of the next 6 years, the salmon restrictions reduced the share of China's salmon imports from 94% to 2%. So despite that kind of dramatic decrease in direct impact of China's actions, direct imports, the actual impact of China's actions was more mixed. Norwegian salmon exporters largely circumvented these restrictions by selling their salmon in China through third countries like Vietnam, making the economic impact pretty mixed. Norway did not apologize for the decision, and the normalization of relations on the range of activities and the resumption of the free trade talks took 6 years to occur. So this case is surely very familiar to everybody here. In July 2016, the US and the ROK proposed the installation of the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, or THAAD, anti-missile system to counter threats from North Korea. The step was condemned by the PRC and protested before its installation and after, and triggered a range of coercive measures over the next few years. They included restricting cultural exports from the ROK, like movies, television, musical performances, warning Chinese citizens not to travel to Korea, ending the sale of tour packages, and encouraging other popular boycotts of Korean products. It also included a significant set of actions against Lotte Group for its role in the land swap to host the THAAD battery that resulted in the closure of 87 of 99 Lotte stores in China initially, and eventually all of the Lotte stores in China. However, the impact and result of this in achieving Beijing's objectives is again decidedly mixed. While individual industries, and particularly Lotte Group, suffered significantly during the period of tension, overall trade between the PRC and the ROK actually increased. And the Park Geun-hye administration did agree to the 3 no's to help normalize relations, but the THAAD battery was still installed and remains in place. And perhaps most enduring and significant to PRC's long-term interests is that China's actions resulted in the beginning of a severe and ongoing decline in Korean public opinion towards China. All right, moving through here. Australia, a little bit more recent. The relations between Australia and China began to deteriorate in 2017 and kind of continued in a downward spiral through 2022. First, Australia passed legislation to crack down on foreign interference, primarily targeted at Chinese actions in Australian politics, and also banned Huawei and ZTE from 5G telecommunication networks in China, so that was in 2017. And then in 2020, Canberra called for an independent inquiry into the origins of COVID-19, which triggered an additional round and a rather comprehensive set of coercive efforts from China. China imposed high tariffs on barley, put restrictions on the exports of Australian beef, wheat, wine, lobster, and coal, and encouraged citizens not to travel to Australia. As relations between the PRC and Australia have begun to thaw in 2022 and now into 2023, the prevailing assessment of the impact of China's actions in Australia is that Australia has weathered the economic punishment fairly well, and that China didn't really receive anything as a result. While a few specific industries in Australia struggled during this time, generally speaking, Australian companies were able to diversify to new markets, which has provided them with a kind of more established base of security going forward. Australia also made no concessions on the key issues that China was reacting to, and like Korea, both Australian policymakers and public opinion has hardened further against China. All right, lastly, a little bit more straightforward and most recent is the case of economic coercion against Lithuania in 2021, when Lithuania and Taiwan announced that a Taiwanese representative office would open, and really sparked condemnation from China and a warning of potential consequences. Both sides recalled their ambassadors, and China began to restrict trade. They canceled direct freight trains to Lithuania and deleted Lithuania from the list of countries of origin at Chinese customs, which effectively blocked trade. They also pressured multinational companies to cut ties with Lithuania or lose access to the Chinese market. Again, this fourth case, China didn't seem to have as much direct effect in the results of its efforts. The Taiwan Representative Office opened as planned and remains open. The direct economic impact was marginal because was a low share that China already had in Lithuania's market to begin with, very small. And also raised issues for China with the broader EU, including the EU's now fast-tracking of an anti-coercion instrument that's meant to protect member countries from coercive behavior. So these four cases are only a small sampling of the broader set of incidences that countries have faced, but they raise a really important question for policymakers to grapple with. What actually is China seeking to achieve when it implements these tools of economic statecraft? First, I think it's important to examine how China has framed the use of economic coercion. When it comes to official statements, pronouncements on economic coercion, the PRC primarily seeks to shift the narrative and to blame the United States, primarily the United States, but also other countries, for levying unfair accusations, for smearing China's name, while also insisting that the United States is actually the true perpetrator of coercion. So while the United States and other countries do utilize a range of tools, including economic sanctions against countries, these are typically accompanied by explanations publicly for that rationale behind the sanctions, including identifying the domestic or international law or legal issues at stake. In contrast, the PRC rarely makes formal acknowledgments of its coercive actions or identifies the legal basis for them. It's intentional. This intentional ambiguity allows China to deny any concerted or state-led efforts that might be occurring. And it also leaves open and unclear what the potential set of wrong actions a country could take that might incur China's coercive measures, which has the effect of causing states to feel uncertain in whether a particular decision they might make would result in economic punishment from China. This opacity also means that Chinese motivations for the use of coercion are challenging to truly know. A few potential goals for coercive behavior might be to influence domestic actors like business so that they apply pressure on governments to take action. This seemed to be the case in Australia, where China applied severe pressure to select industries, and perhaps in the hopes that they would appeal to the Australian government to soften its approach to China. A second goal could be a course reversal, to achieve a return on the offending action or otherwise compel the state to formally apologize and make amends for the action. A third potential goal would be to pressure the target country to take more pro-Beijing stances in the future for fear of suffering another round of punishment. And then finally, economic coercion can be used to send a message to third-party countries that they too could be subject to these same measures unless they align their actions with Chinese interests and avoid offending the PRC. So as we revisit some of the after effects and impacts that the case studies showed, we're faced again with this question that if China's coercive behavior is often kind of ineffective in achieving immediate and direct economic impacts or extracting concessions from targeted countries, why does it remain a core tactic of PRC statecraft? So I think kind of the fourth potential motivation on that previous slide, which is to scare off kind of the countries that are watching from the sidelines from taking similar action in the future, is a key outcome of China's coercive behavior. As it says here, nobody wants to be the next Korea, the next Lithuania or Australia, and have to grapple with the suite of challenges that these countries faced as a result, even if in the end, the countries weathered those course of actions fairly well. I think it's very important to understand or to try to determine the underlying goal and role for economic coercion, because that has implications for how countries who are seeking to combat economic coercion, to improve their resilience, and deter China from these behaviors, what steps they might take. States, especially those middle and smaller powers with economic interdependence on China, in all of these cases are being pushed to make decisions that run counter to their national interest. And China's ability to shape the behavior of individual states, as well as the larger multilateral groupings or bodies like the EU, to reflect PRC interests really hinges on the credibility of and impact of this coercive power. So I think one of the key takeaways here is that the narratives that both China and other states formulate around the results of this economic coercion really matters. As states emerge from periods of economic coercion, of these challenging periods, focusing on the limited impact that the economic coercion had on the economy and the methods that the state employed where applicable to weather the challenges from those economic impacts. Focusing on those would help others see that there are options beyond just kind of caving or shaping their behavior to Chinese preferences. The other two are kind of interlinked, and that is that the more that states coordinate on best practices for deterring coercion and increasing economic resilience, the more challenging it is for China to utilize division to achieve its objectives. And we've started to see some momentum on this front, including with statements out of the G7 summit just last month, and efforts from the EU to kind of multilateralize and collectivize the solution or potential solutions to this coercive behavior. All right, and I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Sarensky has brought big picture and concrete cases related with Chinese economic coercion. Okay, thank you. Let's move to second presentation. Professor Lee, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Soo-Jeon Lee, or Soo-Hyun. I'm serving as a assistant professor at S. Rajaratnam School of Studies at Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Today, I'm going to have a presentation on ASEAN's response to the US-China competition with a subtitle of the continuity and change. So I have three research questions that I want to address in this research project, which I think might have several implications for Korea's response to the increasing rivalry between the two great powers. So the first question is, how has the rivalry between the US and China unfolded in the Southeast Asia region? And secondly, how have the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, the well-known ASEAN, and its member countries been responding to the growing tensions between the two countries? And the last question is, what are the main characteristics or features of South Asian regional security strategies against this great power competition? I'd like to start by recapping nuts and bolts of ASEAN. As everybody knows, ASEAN is an intergovernmental organization of 10 Southeast Asian countries. So it was established in 1967 in Bangkok, but it was started with a relatively smaller group of countries, such as Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand. But in the 1980s and 1990s, we see that 5 countries joined the organizations respectively. And Timor-Leste, or East Timor previously, they will be the 11th as a member state as they have obtained the observer status last fall, November 2022. So ASEAN has put a lot of emphasis on its characteristics as a security community. First of all, it has put a great emphasis on the member countries' dependable expectations of a regional peace and prosperity, but they do not want to rely on military force for dispute settlement. And then also, they are part of the security community, but each member state, they have a bit of different perceptions of an external threat, with a common caution or even fear against communist insurgencies during the Cold War era, which means that several countries, they might have some concerns about the rise of China or even in Vietnam for ideological reasons. And then economically, all of these countries, interestingly, they embraced one common concept, economic pragmatism, because they see economic prosperity and then pragmatism as a one way to dissolve historical antagonism, because while they're pursuing this in a common good, they believe regional stability will follow. So this is the reason why the ASEAN countries, has emphasized the importance of regional economic cooperation and integration, which is closely linked multilateralism and the rules-based international order. So as I will detail later, they have put a lot of effort and the resources in building multiple layers of regional institutions. So I'd like to start by how we should perceive ASEAN's security strategies. And then one common ideas that was suggested in the literature is that the existing dominant paradigms, such as realism or liberalism, regardless of its version, it will offer only partial and limited explanations for ASEAN's security strategies or their preferences. So there are several reasons for that. One of them is ASEAN's centrality and neutrality in building the regional security architecture. And then secondly, when pursuing economic and then political cooperation, these member countries try to maintain the so-called ASEAN way, which frequently relies on informality rather than formality, consensus building, non-interference, non-confrontation, and the non-legalistic method. So you might see this presentation of ASEAN way in ASEAN's response for the recent crisis in Myanmar, for instance. And then at the same time, they sought to build ties and strengthen those ties with major powers, including both the US, China, European Union, in various forms, bilaterally, multilaterally, but they will never take side. So ASEAN states have been continuously unwilling, or they are reluctant to go with clear options, such as balancing against or bandwagoning with a single power. It is quite rational strategy, because given the size and the power of ASEAN member countries, going with straightforward options can be very costly, politically and economically. So when we characterize the Southeast Asian countries in response to the rising competition between the US and China, or the corresponding change in power distribution in the ASEAN Pacific region, I like to emphasize that there are three dimensions we might want to look at. The first one is ASEAN's hedging strategies against the military or economic rise of China. And secondly, ASEAN's institutionalization of regionalism and multilateralism. And then the last one will be how the recent development of the tensions between the US and China have affected these two issues I just suggested. So first of all, let me briefly remind you, the meaning of the hedging is related to the reason why we are trying to move away from the traditional realism or liberalism. Hedging refers to a set of cooperative and confrontational strategies adopted when countries cannot decide on which option should be chosen, such as balancing, bandwagoning, or neutrality. And then ASEAN countries, they're trying to cultivate a middle point option. In that way, they're trying to avoid choosing side or to prepare for uncertainty or contingencies. So ASEAN's hedging, it has focused on mainly the rise of China, which generate high stakes and high uncertainty situations rather than the United States itself. So while not taking sides or not fully aligning one's interest with a single big power, ASEAN countries have tried to implement a set of contradictory and then counteracting measures politically, economically, as a way to pursue gains and at the same time fallback options. So this is the reason why ASEAN's security strategy hedging should be distinguished from this simple neutrality or non-alignment. So the examples of ASEAN's hedging strategies during the great power competition over the past years, here I'm citing the quick study, and then it has two different goals. One is return maximizing. So they're pursuing economic pragmatism and then try to build a binding engagement with both the United States and China, multilaterally, bilaterally, as mentioned earlier. And then they also go with somehow limited bandwagoning through collaboration, but only for a selective key issues, but that they never go into a subordination. The other important part of the hedging will be risk contingency. So I'll try to build a framework for return maximizing. They're also trying to diversify those channels, especially in trade and investment. And then in that way, they're trying to minimize the geopolitical risk, not using the military options, and then also balancing to minimize the security risk by having defense partnership or by enhancing each country's own military options, but that they do not make any clear target for that. There are also some common fears or concerns about the rise of China or China's assertiveness. But they also see a lot of chances from the economic rise of China. So that's the reason why many ASEAN countries have built partnerships or institutional framework. And then another part of the ASEAN's hedging strategy is that it clearly reflects ASEAN states' strategic security preferences. So ASEAN's hedging strategy, this is not just as residual options, such as balancing, bandwagoning, or neutrality, but it's more about their active efforts to maintain the pre-existing hierarchical power distribution or imbalance that slightly favors the overall preponderance of the United States. So they clearly embrace China as a new regional power. But according to Evelyn Goh, she says that but the ASEAN states try to have China right below the tier of the United States in military terms. So again, despite their concerns and fears of China, ASEAN states they never addressed pure direct balance against China, and they're always go with indirect and the subtle options. And then except for the Philippines and Singapore, none of the ASEAN states, they have no formal military alliances with the United States, but they have that option if they want. So the expansion of the ASEAN states in a defense partnership with the United States, it is mainly to increase hedging options, as in Vietnam and then Singapore. The second part I'd like to emphasize is ASEAN's commitment and initiative in institutional building. So military, in the military terms, in ASEAN's regional forum, in short ARF, started in 1993, it tries to enhance ASEAN's engagement with many big powers, including China, India, Japan, Russia, the United States, and the European Union. So this is one important regional security dialogue for ASEAN. And then with East Asian countries, ASEAN also has ASEAN Plus 3, in short APT, since 1997. And then it tries to promote cooperation between 10 ASEAN countries, and then China, Japan, South Korea, but then more for economic goals, including trade, investment, finance, and energy. And then it is also closely linked to their plans to build ASEAN community vision in 2025. In terms of institutional building, the area we need to look at is ASEAN Plus 1 free trade agreement, which means ASEAN's free trade agreement with its dialogue partners. So ASEAN started with ASEAN Free Trade Area in 1992. If you look at the record, the level of liberalization and openness was pretty superficial on the day. But since 2004, ASEAN began to build FTA with China, Japan, Korea, India, and more recently, Australia and New Zealand. And then the level of the depths of the economic integration or trade liberalization or the scope of the area covered by each agreement has expanded significantly. Two other representative examples will be mega-trade free trade agreement. One is comprehensive, progressive agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, in short, the CPTPP. You might remember the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which was criticized by U.S. former President Donald Trump. Right after getting to power, he pulled the U.S. from the TPP. But if you look at the CPTPP, actually started with a small agreement between the Brunei, Chile, New Zealand, Singapore, which entered into force in 2006. And then as the Obama administration began to emphasize to the pivot to Asia strategy, this TPSP is extended again as TPP, which later became the CPTPP. And then now this bloc accounts for 13.5% of the global economy, and then connects all the ASEAN member countries, including Brunei, Malaysia, Singapore, and Vietnam, with 7 other countries in the Asia Pacific. The last one is Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, in short RCEP, which entered into force in 2022. This is currently the largest trade bloc that accounts for 30% of the global economy and the world population. It includes all ASEAN states and 5 other countries, including the US, China, Japan, and Korea, and India. And ASEAN itself sees the RCEP as its own triumph for the middle power diplomacy. So if you look at the CPTPP and RCEP, we can observe the ways in which ASEAN tries to build the relations with the major powers. All of these agreements often include at least the US or China, or both of them simultaneously. In that way, they're trying to diversify their military and economic options. So, summarize. Currently, in response to the rising tensions between the US and China, or the so-called great power competition, ASEAN's security shows its own continuity. Since the Cold War era, it has developed many options for hedging and then soft balancing, especially in response to China's assertiveness. At the same time, they have really clear goals for regional prosperity and then economic cooperation. So this is the reason why they built in multiple layers of institutions, which is characterized as the broader multi-directional or even in omni-enmeshment strategy. And then all of these strategies typically includes great powers, such as the US and China, but they are very active in building relations with Korea, Japan, India, Australia, and New Zealand. So ASEAN's recommitment to the ASEAN community, such as ASEAN political security community, ASEAN economic community, ASEAN socio-cultural community, you might be surprised to see that this organization, intergovernmental organizations, has published a lot of resources and materials about how ASEAN has evolved as a regional organization. So they have clear goals to build a single market production base with new mechanisms strengthening ASEAN's economic initiatives and then accelerating regional integration. Of course, liberalization will bring in domestic tensions or conflicts. So there are some differences across the countries in dealing with its goal, but ASEAN as a whole, they have been doing a pretty impressive job. So I'd like to end my presentation by reconsidering a couple of remaining questions. So the so-called hedging strategy and then institutional building, I just mentioned that those are the two main features of ASEAN's security strategy in response to the great power competition. But we might need to ask, how long will ASEAN's hedging and institutional building be effective in mitigating or moderating these uncertainties and risk that mainly come from the rivalry between the United States and China? And then now, ASEAN countries, I think they have some concerns and the fears about what is happening between the two great powers. But some see that ASEAN countries or the Asia-Pacific region might emerge as a new arena for the competition between these two great powers, because earlier this month, June 2nd, 2023, there was Shangri-La Dialogue, which is a track 1 international intergovernmental security conference. And then during that event, it was very clear that the US and China tried to buy support for each ASEAN member countries. But simultaneously, ASEAN member countries, they also have different perceptions about what China has said or what the United States has said. So within the ASEAN, we see that there is a new division in their views of perceptions or threats. So the continuing change in the power configuration is worthy of further investigation. So recently, the Lowy Institute published Asia Power Index and then compared the records in 2018 and 2022. And then it shows that China's influence on Southeast Asia region, it is more influential than the US in almost all area, except for military sphere. So economically, diplomatically, China has a growing power over the ASEAN states. And then the United States, as comparison, its influence within Southeast Asia states has waned, obviously, over the past 5 years. Interestingly, but the US still has a great advantage in military terms by building defense network in many countries, especially with the Philippines, Thailand, and Singapore, which also reflect, these countries' strategic preferences and goals. So thank you very much. I'd like to stop here.
Okay, thank you. Professor Lee helped us to differentiate the ASEAN way from the general hedging strategy. And thank you. And let's move to Professor Lee. Another Lee.
Thank you, Professor Zhou. My name is Wang Lee. I'm a professor of Aju University. My topic is Korea in the United States, China strategic competition. Actually, my focus is on the economic security dilemma. But IR scholars are very familiar with, the concept of a security dilemma coined by the John Hotz more than 70 years ago. That's why borrow the concept, to explain the dilemma or kind of paradox Korea face now. You can see economic security dilemma can be defined as a situation in which strategies pursued by a state to enhance its own economic security provoke counter strategies from the other states, which in turn lead to a reduction rather than a growth in the original state's economic security. As you can see, this is a kind of paradoxical irony. Yeah. As I said, Korea has a very serious economic security dilemma. As you know well, Korea is an open economy with a high trade dependence. But since the outbreak of the trade war in 2018, a combination of China's economic retaliation after the THAAD deployment in 2017, Japan's export control in 2019, and America's friendshoring pressure since the 2021 has substantially eroded its economic security. I think the Yoon administration has made a very good effort, to improve economic security. Actually, the administration set a key foreign policy priority, to economic security, and create a secretary for economic security in the presidential office. But I'm afraid, that it's very hard, to say now. Its economic security has remarkably improved. I think that the Korea's dilemma comes from the economy, security, technology nexus. Actually, Korea is highly dependent on China for its economy and trade or commerce. At the same time, the Korea is highly dependent on the United States for its security and technology. But we know that during the Cold War, the nexus was very loose, and we can, insulate, itself from the fluctuation of the U.S.-China relations. But the event of the new Cold War has tightened the nexus, and we cannot, insulate ourselves from the strategic competition. And nowadays, the Korea is forced to take a side, China or America. I think that if the coupling between the United States and China is realized, its economic security would be in a severe trouble. But yeah, we know that Korea is not the only one country facing the dilemma. Japan, Germany, Australia, and Taiwan has also very similar problems. All of them have a strong military ties with the United States, at the same time with a high trade dependence on China. But I think that what makes the Korea unique is that the main export of the industries, that is semiconductor and batteries, extremely vulnerable to the economic coercion, such as export control, investment screen, restriction of technology transfer, and the likes. Okay, let me show you some details on the Korea's situation. This graph, just to show that Korea's place, in the global supply chains. You can see in the global supply chains, Korea is separate from the United States, but quite closely, linked to China. But then, Yes, thanks to the previous presentations, we all know that well about China's economic corruption, but it's not well known. The outside Korea, the case of urea solutions. That is why I like to highlight the case, although it's not a typical case of economic corruption, but real solution problems started from the October 2021. At that time, China introduced export control, but actually it's not targeted at the South Korea. But South Korea imported 97% of rare solutions from China, and that's why Korea became the biggest victim, actually unexpected victim of China's export control. But fortunately, by responding to Korea's request, China allows some Chinese producers to export, re-export rare solution to Korea. But it's a happy ending. But this is actually what a shadow moment. That the Korea can understand how the country is vulnerable for the supply chain disruption by China. The other example is Japan's economic caution. But you might wonder why Japan? Yeah, but actually Japan is not a bystander. In terms of economic sanctions, Japanese government is quite active in imposing a sanction against China and Russia and nowadays. Anyway, in July 2019, the Japanese government unilaterally announced a change of licensing policies and procedures on export and transfer of control items and their relative technologies to South Korea. 3 months later, the Korean government filed a complaint to the WTO, arguing that Japanese export control abused the trade for political purposes. Fortunately, unlike the China's retaliation against the SAD deployment, Japan's export control come to an end quite recently. The Yoon government made a move to improve its bilateral economic and diplomatic relations with Japan by withdrawing the WTO complaint. In response, the Kishida cabinet recently agreed to lift the control, and it's a happy ending. As you know. The final case is the United States economic caution. You might be surprised because I call the United policy as economic caution. But I found a very interesting report published by CNAS in 2020. It's about America's coercive statecraft. This is why I can use economic caution. I can apply. The U.S. case is economic caution. Anyway, there are 2 cases. The first one is CIFO. CIFO is quite well known, and I like to skip this case. But Micron is a very recent incident. Just after China banned the Micron chips from its key infrastructure project in the last month, but it's a very unusual, but U.S. Congress sent a very unusual message to South Korea government that its firm should not backfill any lost production by Micron. Actually, I have never seen this kind of letter in my life. This is very unusual because the American government, sent pressure the Korean government like this. Anyway, but the Korean, semiconductor industries hit by U.S. and the China sanction, and its export to China declined, especially in 2019, and slightly recover from the damage, but still under the pre-crisis period. But Taiwan, America, Japan steadily increased its semiconductor export to China. This is why Korea is very angry about this kind of pressures. The strategy Korea has pursued nowadays is a kind of political risk hedging. I think the Professor Lee Soo-hyun explained about the concept about hedging. But the main problem is the extraterritorial application of sanctions by the United States and China. I mean, this kind of sanctions disrupted Korea's supply chains. Actually, in the previous decade, many Korean conglomerates built a production facility in China because China is our largest exporting market. But nowadays, the Korean company rushed to America. Why? America imposed a sanction and pushed it ahead with friendshoring policy. This is why several Korean companies are constructing manufacturing plants all over America. But in terms of politics or diplomacy, supply chain fragmentation is a good choice because it's a kind of hedging against the geopolitical risk. However, in terms of economics, the fragmentation is likely to increase cost and reduce efficiency, and it's a bad choice, I think. And we can see some kind of trade diversion as a result of geopolitical risk hedging. Actually, the Korea's supply chain is split between the United States and China. As a result, the trade with China is declining. On the other hand, the trade with America is increasing. I think that this trend is likely to continue as Korea's investment in the United States. Actually, the Korean headquarters and the American branches promote a kind of intra-firm trade, and trade deficit is an unexpected consequences of trade diversion. Actually, Korea has experiencing a large number of trade deficit since the early 2020. Because its export to China was the main source of Korea's trade surplus over the past 3 decades. The reduction of export to China gives rise to a reduction in trade surpluses and foreign exchange reserves. I think that without finding an alternative to the Chinese market, I think trade deficit could slow economic growth and increase the risk of the currency crisis in the future. This is many economists regard, the major economic security threat that Korea has to deal with in coming years. Okay, let me show you some details on the Korea's trade deficit and balances. Okay, yes, trade deficit you can see is still is running, but let me emphasize that this is the first time in 25 years since the January 1995 to January 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. 1997. You can remember that 1997, the Korea was hit by a currency crisis. Nowadays, we call it the East Asia financial crisis. And yeah, China's, trade surplus is very important. From a perspective of Korea, you can see the from the 1993 to 2021, China accounted for 22.5% of total export and 16.9% of total export, but it's constitute 86.0% of overall trade surplus. That means that China's surplus is overwhelmed all trade surplus during the period. And I previously explained the recent trend of Korea's trade with China and the United States. As you can see, since the early 2022, China's share of export has fallen, whereas America's has risen. I think the main driver of the reversal is the Korea's investment in the United States, with increase in intra-firm trade between the Korean headquarters and the US factories. But in terms of export, the share of China's remain twice as large as America's. Yeah, we can see that the similar trend in terms of investment in China and the United States. Actually, FDI in the United States nearly doubled in the value year over the year in 2021, and continued in 2022. But investment in China fallen by less than one half of the number between 2017 and 2020, but doubling values. Okay, let me wrap up my presentation. Korea had made an effort, to enhance its economic security by diversifying trade, implementing industrial policy, and strengthening with links with like-minded countries. But its trade balance turned from surplus to deficit because of China. It's the largest trading partner and source of trade surplus, reduced import from the country. And its key industries, including semiconductor and EV batteries, face a danger of hollowing out manufacturing by investing massively in the United States. Unless the strategic tension in the Sino-US relations eases, I think the dilemma is likely to get worse in near future. Yeah, let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Lee's presentation reminds us Northeast Asia is a nasty place. It is full of risk and full of economic closure. So, well, we have to face the hard reality. Okay, thank you. It seems each presentation has a designated discussant. Discussants focus on the presentation where you are designated. However, you are free to comment or raise any point to any question, any presentation. So let's start with Professor Kang Soo-jung.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Soo-jung Kang, and I'm an assistant professor of the Department of Political Science and Diplomacy at Chosun University, and a researcher specialized in Chinese politics and diplomacy. I'm sincerely grateful to organizers for inviting me to this conference panel, and I've been asked to give comments and questions on Dr. Alison Sawinski's presentation. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Alison Sawinski for the interesting presentation on assessing China's strategy of economic coercion and for sharing some very valuable ideas related to such an emerging topic. How to assess China's strategy of economic coercion is an important but very difficult question we need to answer in designing our effective counter strategies to respond to it. Although China was traditionally an opponent of economic sanctions, but for now it has been deploying coercive economic practices within growing intensity and scope, particularly since the appointment of Xi Jinping as the country's president in 2018. And I think in order to make a more complete and balanced assessment on China's strategy of economic coercion, we need to consider several important aspects as follows. First of all, we need to think about why China's use of economic coercion is viewed as problematic. Both the United States and China employ instruments of economic statecraft in coercive ways to achieve desired strategic outcomes, and both have increased their employment of economic coercion in recent years. Consistent with the deepening geo-economic competition between the two great powers in the international system. Many US think tanks argue that there are important distinctions between when, how, and why the two great powers engage in economic coercion. But on the other hand, a common Chinese narrative is that the West uses accusations of coercive diplomacy to slander China. So I think a comparative and contrast analysis on the similarities and differences between China and other major powers who employ economic coercion in pursuit of their political goals will allow us to better identify and illuminate the characteristics of China's economic coercion and to make a more balanced assessment of China's strategy of economic coercion. From this aspect, I'd like to ask to Dr. Alison Sawinski, what do you think are the important distinctions between the United States and Chinese approaches to economic coercion, and what makes China's use of economic coercion more problematic? Another important thing we need to consider is the characteristics of China's economic coercion. From my perspective, a distinct characteristic of China's economic coercion is its informality. Although China has in recent years begun to develop more formal coercive tools, Beijing still has demonstrated a preference for exercising its economic coercion through informal channels. China rarely acknowledges the deployment of coercive measures or the link between them and the country's perceived interest. Consequently, its economic coercion is frequently carried out through plausibly deniable means, such as the selective enforcement of regulations by customs officials, informal notices to commercial actors encouraging them to undertake particular course of action, tourism adversaries, state-promoted boycott of foreign corporations, and so on. So an informal approach to economic coercion carries several advantages. It allows China to take rapid action while retaining an element of ambiguity in its methods and intentions. And the plausible deniability afforded by informal measures also allow China to avoid legal challenges and mitigate diplomatic costs and quickly recalibrate and terminate its measures when its course measures prove ineffective or too costly. But the most important thing we need to consider is that such an informality complicates the response of the targeted state, because it can be difficult in legal terms to distinguish state-sanctioned informal coercion from market forces and legitimate policy concerns. This frustrates the targeted states that seek recourse through the WTO's dispute settlement mechanism. This makes the task of challenging these practices in forums such as the WTO very difficult or simply impossible. So its formal nature may undermine the effectiveness and justifications of the targeted states' multilateral response to China's economic coercion. Despite the benefits, informality also has its disadvantages. The informal nature of China's economic coercion can make China's economic coercion less effective by complicating signaling. Coercion is most effective when demands are clearly linked to reasonable and limited goals. However, if China explicitly ties its coercion to a trigger, this could undermine its plausible deniability. The informality of Chinese coercion also seems to complicate its deterrent effect, because China is unable to say explicitly what the punishment will be for a challenge to its core interest. So I think such characteristics of China's economic coercion not only affect the effectiveness and outcomes of China's economic coercion, but also the counter strategies that targeted states take or may take. From this perspective, I'd like to ask to Dr. Alison Salwinski, what do you think are the important features of China's economic coercion we need to consider in assessing the effectiveness of China's economic coercion, as well as in designing our countermeasures to respond to it? The last but the most important aspect I want to discuss is how to evaluate the outcomes of China's economic coercion. The dominant approach to evaluating outcomes of Chinese economic coercion traditionally centered on the sender's ability to achieve stated goals. So the effectiveness of economic coercion is an important part of assessment of China's strategy of economic coercion. However, it is difficult to measure the effectiveness of Chinese coercion. Some think tanks argue, based on their own case studies, that the most salient characteristic of China's economic coercion is that it's simply not very effective. Granted that there is likely a deterrent effect on third parties, China's economic coercion nevertheless has a poor track record of achieving its immediate policy aims. And when it does, it often carries long-term costs for China. According to the literature on economic sanctions, the effectiveness of coercive economic measures weakens after implementations as alternative markets are found, costs rise over time, political coalitions within the sending state fracture, and views of sending state harden within their target state. From this perspective, I'd like to ask Dr. Alison Salwinski, what do you think are the important factors affect the effectiveness and outcomes of China's economic coercion? In addition, we need to consider unintended indirect outcomes of Chinese economic coercion as well when evaluating it. I'd like to ask what unintended and indirect outcomes of China's economic coercion you think may contribute to or can cut against China's ability to achieve its desired concession. I think unintended and indirect outcomes of economic coercion need to receive more attention in rapidly expanding line of research, which investigate how economic coercion affects targeted states on a range of dimensions. That's all I wanted to discuss today, and hope further discussions help us to make a more complete and balanced assessment of China's strategy of economic coercion. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. Your reason will help us clarify some distinctive feature of the economic coercion. Thank you. And let's move to Dean Brandon Howe.
Thank you very much, Professor Cho. My name is Brendan Howe. I'm the Dean of the Graduate School of International Studies here at Ewha Women's University. I'm also the President of the Asian Political and International Studies Association, so I do encourage everyone to check out APISA as well for future conferences. I enjoyed very much reading Professor Lee's paper on ASEAN's response to the US-China competition, continuity and change, because this is an area where I'm currently involved in research myself. Much of my research is on traditional security, but also non-traditional and human security cooperation in Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia, and collectively as East Asia. So very closely focused on the sort of topics that are covered in this presentation. The key points I found from the presentation were, first, how has the rivalry between the United States and China unfolded in Southeast Asia? How has ASEAN and its member states been responding to the growing tensions? What are the main characteristics of Southeast Asian regional security strategies against great power competition? There's a comprehensive overview on the unique nature of the ASEAN way, including informality, consensus building, non-interference, non-confrontation, and I think perhaps most importantly, not taking sides. Indeed, this was emphasized in the PowerPoint presentation and in Professor Lee's words. And I think that's also really the key dilemma that we're faced in East Asian, including Northeast and Southeast Asian security cooperation. How do we avoid taking sides in an era of great power competition? Another major element was the focus on economic pragmatism. And in this region, it's been identified as a conophoria, where you try to solve all domestic and international governance challenges through economic development and interdependence. Professor Lee also pointed to the regionalism and multilateralism focus of ASEAN. And these are areas that I'd like to address in quite a bit of detail, actually, in my response. The rules-based international order, it depends which set of international rules you're focusing on. If we're looking at the non-intervention aspect of the rules-based international order, then yes, ASEAN is very much on board with that, and indeed China would be on board with non-intervention. If we're looking at some of the liberal rules-based international order championed by the United States, we still have competition and coercion from US and China trying to force people to take sides. So the theoretical framework addressed by Professor Lee talks about ASEAN's hedging strategies against the rise of China, ASEAN's institutionalization of regionalism and multilateralism, and the impact of US-China competition on these two elements. And I think these also apply to the other presentations we had as well, that again and again we're looking at how can we hedge, how can we avoid taking sides between the great powers when both the great powers are trying to force everyone to do so. Professor Lee did mention realism and liberalism, but I was surprised that given the identity and community-driven nature of ASEAN, she made no reference to English school rationalism, of which ASEAN is seen as the paradigmatic example, or social constructivism. Furthermore, I think that an area where this could usefully be moved on in terms of discussion is the global challenges facing multilateralism, especially the maxilateral versions of multilateralism, where you try to be as inclusive as possible and have as many countries join your international organization as possible. That in an era of strategic competition among great powers, maxilateralism and indeed all forms of multilateralism have come under a great deal of threat. In response to this, we have seen a rise in the importance of regional multilateralism. Of course, ASEAN is the prime example of this, but also, very importantly, I think, the rise of minilateralism, especially in this area and especially in terms of discussions about security. So what is meant by minilateralism? Well, it's a smarter, more targeted approach, bringing to the table the smallest possible number of countries needed to have the largest possible impact on solving a particular problem. And as I say, it's experienced tremendous growth in theory and in practice due to the global and regional contestations, and especially in the Indo-Pacific region. Of course, the terminology Indo-Pacific is also contested because it's seen as siding with the United States, whereas China prefers Asia-Pacific. Minilaterals are usually the golden number is 3 to 5 countries. Security provision is the common theme amongst most scholars and proponents of minilateralism. So current minilateralism is primarily concerned with the analysis of the strategic operating of security institutions containing between 3 and 5 actors, usually led by the United States, on occasion by another great power such as China, with other powers in supporting roles. They're playing the posse to the great power's sheriff. So good examples of this, AUKUS, or the Quad, in particular the Quad. This poses an additional challenge to ASEAN in the contemporary regional security order. In fact, there are several related problems here. The first problem is that rather than multilateral public values, minilaterals are usually security-focused and dominated by great powers. Indeed, there are lingering concerns that the minilateral partnerships are not designed to serve the interests of the states in the region. They're just designed to serve the large power interests. Nor are they designed to serve any collective security or regional systemic security function. The second problem is that these frameworks are largely a Western construct that attempt to fill the expectation and capability gaps in the regional security system. So there's a possibility they'll impose the kind of neo-colonialism that ASEAN strives against. A third related challenge to the efficacy of minilateralism is that those that have been championed by the US, and indeed which are the most prominent in the security field, are seen as being constructed primarily to contain a rising China, rather than to resolve regional governance issues or generate public value. And this in turn, of course, is problematic. First, China will, of course, and is indeed pushing back against these attempts to undermine their strategic position. But also, there's the risk that competing iterations of minilateralism narrow the space available for small and middle powers, and indeed for regional multilateral efforts, because they're forced into a with us or against us narrative when most countries, and indeed ASEAN, would rather not choose. They'd rather maintain strategic ambiguity. So the room for autonomous policy initiatives by either the small and medium powers of ASEAN or indeed ASEAN itself are severely curtailed by the rise of minilateralism. Forcing regional actors to choose undermines the coherence of regional international organization. We've seen this before. US dominance and international reactions to it destroyed the Southeast Asian Treaty Organization. It also caused the collapse of the first version of the Quad, which was actually a lot more non-traditional security focus than the new version. Most regional actors would rather not be forced to choose, but they are being forced to choose by this prominence of minilateralism. And this links to the final problematic area for regional security organization, that of its exclusionary rather than inclusive nature. To contribute meaningfully towards regional order building, minilateral initiatives need to generate support from regional constituencies, in particular from ASEAN. Yet the exclusionary nature of minilateralism undermines multilateral platforms like ASEAN, generating resentment within the association and among its members. And this is especially so, as Professor Lee identified, because ASEAN's core values of centrality and unity are in direct contradiction with the exclusivity of minilateral institutions. Minilateral institutions threaten to replace the provision of international public goods with club goods, benefiting a narrow range of countries while marginalizing the formal international institutions of what we've seen as the rules-based international order. So unless they're used very deftly and judiciously, minilateralism risks undermining the legitimacy and effectiveness of international organizations and even accelerating the world's coalescence into rival coalitions. So to a certain extent, I'd like to throw this back to Professor Lee and say, well, what can we do about it? I have a few suggestions, but I'd greatly appreciate your feedback on my suggestions. First of all, non-traditional security minilateralism. That if our objective is rather than hard security, if our objective is addressing some of the non-traditional human security challenges in the region, it might be there's more freedom for operation for non-great powers. Indeed, I would advocate the leadership of non-traditional security minilateralism should come from second-tier powers, and as far as I'm concerned, second-tier powers are those that have more capacity than middle powers, but also a regional rather than maxilateral focus. Professor Lee did mention that ASEAN is trying to assimilate China into a second tier of powers, but I don't think that China would be very happy being incorporated into a second tier of powers when it sees itself on a par with the United States as a great power. So the leadership and membership of these non-traditional minilaterals could come from these second tier powers and from ASEAN, or even just ASEAN members. Now, of course, ASEAN's already working with a number of other powers that I would consider to be either already second-tier powers or the capacity to become second-tier powers. And that includes Japan, South Korea, Australia, as Professor Lee points out. Other potential partners outside of the region would be Canada, the EU, and indeed some of the medium powers and even the small powers within the EU. That the important thing is that the leadership should not come from the great powers. Then they can't force us to choose. The leadership should come from the second tier of powers or the second tier of international institutions. So that, I think, is my time. So I'd love to hear Professor Lee's comments on that.
Okay, thank you. Let's move to Dr. Young.
Hi, my name is Won-Ho Yeon. I'm an economist, head of economic security team at Korea Institute for International Economic Policy. My expertise is U.S.-China trade relations, U.S.-China tech rivalry, and economic security issues. Currently, I advise National Security Office of Presidential Office and Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I'm more into a policy arena. But I'd like to thank you for inviting me to this wonderful seminar today. First, I'd like to comment on economic coercion. So before, I think it is effective to respond to China's maybe economic coercion collectively. But before thinking about collective response, I think we should think about how we define economic coercion. So, for example, it is about whether we are going to include only unofficial measures or both unofficial and official measures. Also, it is about whether we are going to include maybe illegal cases or both illegal and legal cases. Why I am asking this question is because when we see the Micron case, which Professor Lee Wang-hee mentioned, it's quite interesting because U.S. is trying to say that China's sanction against Micron is economic coercion, but actually China admit that they did, and it's based on their domestic law. So usually, like past measures that China used against other nations, including Korea, Japan, Lithuania, Australia, actually never been recognized by Chinese government and never based on any laws. But Micron's case is quite unusual. And also, then we can also ask about how about economic coercion within the democracies in our group. We experienced in 2019 with Japan. Maybe this year we are having same situation with the US. So how are we going to treat this within the group? So that's kind of questions I'd like to raise. And secondly, regarding the restructuring of trade and investment networks, restructuring of supply chain issue, which is quite costly. So IMF actually has a report this year and put it out that the cost of investment fragmentation could lower global output by as much as 1% annually. And also warns that trade and tech fragmentation could be even more damaging. So with all having these fragmentation, it could lower up to 7% of global GDP. And moreover, IMF estimates that in some particular countries, output losses could be as high as 12%. It's a huge cost. And usually, most governments and private sectors, they cope with this issue in two ways. Nearshoring and reshoring, nearshoring and friendshoring. And interestingly, given that we are facing the emerging development of trade blocks based on values, probably the friendshoring is the better answer to the current situation. And this year, another research from Mitsubishi Research Institute analyzed that the cost of friendshoring will increase the most in Korea's case, which is greater than, I think, Japan's cost or the United States cost or even the US cost. So in that case, I think regarding the de-risking, our solution should be diversification rather than partial decoupling based on values or etc. So that's related to probably Professor Lee Wang-hee's research, but also Professor Lee Soo-hyun's research also. So when I heard today about Professor Lee Soo-hyun's presentation, I think what ASEAN is trying to do is, as long as they can preserve like ASEAN centrality, they can do anything. Like I think their strategy is quite ambiguous. So it's based on informal, like not based on legal. But what the current Korean government is trying to do is quite opposite to that. Like everything is official, like based on laws. We emphasize like principles. So that's quite interesting to observe. So lastly, about the bottom line here, if we all have to agree on one particular rules, I think it should be like, we should keep in mind that economic security is a condition for economic prosperity, not a means to achieve economic prosperity. Let me stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So let's have time for presenters to respond to what discussions mentioned. So let's start with, Dr. Sarinsky.
Wonderful. First, I'd like to offer a very sincere thanks to Professor Kang-Soo Jung for some really well-structured and thought-provoking comments and specific questions. I think a lot of the elements that you raised, some of the challenges in understanding the important factors and features within economic coercion are very important at getting at kind of the overarching question that I was really drawn to when I started looking at and working on this presentation. Your first question regarding kind of a comparison and contrast of different countries' use of economic coercion, what the distinctions are, what makes one more problematic or another. I think this is a really interesting area for discussion. It was definitely outside the remit of what I was focusing on here, but there's a lot of important elements, and I think actually your second set of comments kind of gets at and answers part of that question, which is the distinction between the informal kind of intentionally ambiguous, undefined types of economic coercion that I was showing in the examples, and what has been often touted from China's US versions of economic coercion, which are more often explained at a national level or given more structure and definition, and for the most part based on kind of in a legal basis. And the elements that you noted in terms of what makes informality appealing for China, and then also some of the challenges that can make it somewhat less effective, is also a very interesting point, and I thank you for raising it. I think the challenges of measuring the effectiveness of economic coercion is something that is very that a lot of scholars are trying to grapple with when they work on this topic, is what exactly are we considering success? What exactly are the factors and elements that we could look at to determine whether or not what China is doing is achieving its goals and outcomes. And that's part of the reason I wanted to cover kind of what are some of the potential goals that China could have in order for us to understand whether it's having success or not. But something that I think I didn't elucidate enough is, as you noted, there's a lot of studies right now that have indicated, China is not very effective along a range of different measures. It's not been that effective in having a significant direct economic impact or an enduring impact. It's not been successful in achieving reversal of behavior or changing the outcome of the action that was being protested. But what I think is harder to measure, and this is what I was trying to get at, is its impact on those third countries, because it's hard to measure non-action, right? That we don't really know in how many cases or in what specific ways countries are choosing not to take action or shaping their behavior differently based on what they have seen China do in previous cases. So in this case, I would actually argue, without being able to measure it very concretely, that this is where China is a little bit more successful, and it's why China continues to pursue these tactics, because China is assessing that it's able to shape especially smaller country behaviors by taking these specific case-by-case actions against countries. And there's perhaps a more robust range of anecdotal evidence where you have informal conversations with policymakers and leaders who will make statements referring to the challenges that their country faces in taking X, Y, and Z action because they don't want to provoke China or risk retaliation. And so in that circumstance, that would be a case where China is seeing some success in its economic coercion by shaping the behaviors of other states. And so I think that's something I would underscore more a little bit in terms of factors of measuring effectiveness or whether or not China is achieving its outcomes, its intended effects. I think I'll leave it there because I know I have several other presenters who want to respond to their discussants. But again, I just want to thank Professor Zhang so much for very thoughtful remarks.
Thank you. And Professor Lee?
Okay, I very much appreciate Professor Brendan Howe's comment and suggestions on my work. So I think there are a series of the key points raised by Dean Howe. So the first part is that despite the ASEAN's emphasis on the rules-based international order, its characteristics can be conditional by who dominate the platform. And then the first point, about the references, might be enhanced further with the consideration of the English school of rationalism or constructivism. Yeah, I think they can be definitely done. So I like to thank you for that. I clearly acknowledge the rising challenges of multilateralism, and then the need to look into further the possibility or feasibility of unilateralism, understanding the region's changing security architecture. I think ASEAN states, despite my earlier emphasis on their common preferences of maintaining the pre-existing U.S. preponderance in the region, I also see that, as Professor Howe suggested, we also see ASEAN member states have some doubt about the U.S. leadership. I think this kind of discussion should be developed further, and as a member state, also see that there are some inadequacies or ineffectiveness of multilateral setting in dealing with a variety of issues that could be political, military, or economic one. So the rise of unilateralism and its implications on ASEAN's centrality or ASEAN's regional security architecture, I think that will be a great way to develop this project further. I have a couple of questions regarding how to deal with unilateralism. Maybe I could discuss with Professor Howe later in detail. I think unilateralism, it has been preferred at least by several ASEAN member countries, but the framework suggested by Professor Howe, such as 3 to 5 membership, and then there should be no superpower. Maybe ASEAN countries can go with other middle power countries. That would be very ideal. But if you look at the track records of ASEAN's unilateralism, I think that is not what actually happening. So in the case of in the Mekong area, there is a unilateral arrangement between China and Laos and Cambodia, and then ASEAN member states experience that there are certain costs that come from unilateralism. So personally, even if I see the ongoing challenges to multilateralism, maybe it might be too early to suggest that unilateralism might replace multilateralism in understanding ASEAN's security architecture. But yeah, obviously the rise of unilateralism and then its coexistence with multilateralism, I think that should be considered a more analytical way. So I very much appreciate Professor Howe's comment. And then I recall Professor Yun also briefly gave me a comments about my topic, and I fully agree with this point. I think the reason why ASEAN's case is interesting that it is an interesting way of maintaining the hedging options. But more recently, I see that ASEAN member states, begin to have some doubt about, how long this kind of, centrality, neutrality, or, hedging options in the economic area can be maintained further. So yeah, I like to develop the paper further, following the suggestions by Professor Harvey. So I'm gonna stop here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And Professor Iwangi?
Okay, yeah, time is quite tight. Let me make a short comment. Actually, Dr. Yun is a leading authority on economic security in Korea, and I fully agree with his comment, and I'm very appreciate. His point. The first one is the difference between the de-risking and decoupling. This is a hot topic. Actually, the United States and the European Union is extensively, discussed about this issue, but still unclear what's the main difference between de-risking and decoupling. This is a task we have to deal with in coming years. And the other point is the role of the United States. Actually, many experts, even American experts, criticize. The United States. The sanction policy. Actually, the America is addicted to sanctions. Some people said, yeah. But Korea, as I said, is hit by the extraterritorial, application of the American sanction against China. And Dr. Yun pointed out that how to deal with, differently with allies from China. This is a key issue the America has to clarify. And I'm afraid that in Korea, actually, ally shoring or friend shoring is not so welcome as American people expected, because we see it as a kind of external pressure. It's, yeah. And this is why I think that America should, provide a more friendly alternative China's economic ocean. Otherwise, Koreans will concern about the America's real intention, especially the America's industrial policy of semiconductor industries and EV batteries. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have limited remaining time. I'd like to open the floor for the general audience. If you have any question or comment, you may raise your hand and ask some questions or give some comment. Nobody? Then let me bring one question to my old friend, Professor Wang. So he mentioned current Korean trade deficit is related with the Korea's the policy change, so leaning more toward the United States. So my question is very simple: when the transition period is over, do you think Korea maintain the trade balance soon?
Yes, that's a very tricky question, but I think so. Yeah.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay. It is good news then. Okay, it's good news. Okay, I think this session brings many thorny questions and and challenges, and I hope this session helps us to understand this current delicate situation and find some solutions. I'd like to ask you to give a big hands of the applause to all participants, and let's close this session. Okay, thank you.
네, 지금부터 2023년 한국국제정치학회 하계학술대회 개막식을 시작하겠습니다. 저는 오늘 사회를 맡은 기획이사를 맡고 있는 오승희입니다. 오늘 개막식은 그 회장님의 개사 그리고 KF 교류이사님의 축사 이후에 간단히 사진 촬영을 한 뒤에 켄트 칼더 교수님의 기조 연설 영상으로 이어지겠습니다. 끝까지 많은 참석 부탁드리겠습니다. 먼저 박인희 회장님의 개회사가 있겠습니다. 박수로 맞아주시기 바랍니다.
여기서 그냥 하겠습니다. 우리 그 오승희 이사님은 특히 올해 학회 일을 많이 도와주고 계시고요. 지금 서울대 일본학 연구소에 계시는데 코리아 파운데이션이랑 함께하는 이번 행사를 다 이렇게 주관하고 계십니다. 그 5월 초부터인가요? 엔데믹이 소위 이제 공식화되고 이런 행사를 하는 게 어떨까라는 이런저런 어려움과 고민도 많았습니다만은 어쨌든 이렇게라도 우리가 모이지 않으면은 연구자들이 교류하거나 생각을 공유할 기회가 없어서 어렵게 자리를 마련했습니다. 특별히 이제 우리 2년에 한 번씩 코리아 파운데이션과 함께 한중일 협력이라는 주제로 뭐 동아시아의 평화, 뭐 안정, 질서 이런 것들을 주제로 연구하고 토론하고 있습니다. 다시 한번 의미 있는 행사를 가능하게 해주신 코리아 파운데이션께 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. Let me have 9 international participants. Thank you for the understanding without professional your positions. 4 scholars from Japan, Eto Naoko, Ogata Yoshihiro, Nishino Junya, who is our old friend, Park Jeongjin 선생님, and another scholar from China, Kong Ko-wi and Wang Yong, and 2 scholars from the States, Brendan Gavin, Olison Swalwinski. Okay, and also another professor from Singapore, Lee Soo-hyun. Thank you for your participation and for sharing your ideas and thoughts regarding U.S.-China and Korea-Japan cooperation to achieve a better security and stability in the region. 국제적인 뭐 의존성, 국제성 이런 게 워낙 심해서 주변 국가와 어떻게 잘 평화롭게 지내고 국제사회에 어떤 기여를 하고 하는 게 한국 사회를 관통하는 가장 중요한 주제라고 생각을 합니다. 한중일 특히 코리아 파운데이션에서 지원하는 이 행사는 렐러티블리 조금 주니어 스칼라들 분들을 모시는 게 이렇게 또 미션이고요. 그런 공유와 유대를 통해서 의미 있는 협력의 솔루션을 찾고자 합니다. 특히 이번 행사는 더 큰 엄브렐라인 정전협정 70주년을 기념하는 큰 엄브렐라 안에서 기획되었습니다. 그래서 지금은 좀 그렇지 않습니다만은 불과 몇 년 전에 정전협정, 뭐 종전협정, 평화협정 우리 사회가 굉장히 논쟁적인 그런 이제 곤경에 시달렸던 적이 있습니다. 뭐 그런 거를 포함해서 한중일 협력에 대한 의미 있는 그런 행사가 개최되어서 대단히 감사하게 생각합니다. 특히 코리아 파운데이션을 대표해서 찾아주신 이종국 이사님께 진심으로 감사 말씀드리고요. 그리고 조금 있다가 아까 오승희 박사님이 말씀하셨듯이 켄트 칼더의 뭐 다 아시겠지만 프로페서 칼더의 그 허브 앤 스포크스 아티클은 제가 이대에 온 지 지금 19년 차가 되는데요. 한 학기도 빠지지 않고 제 학생들 같이 읽는 아티클이 되었습니다. 그 이제 칼터님의 키노트 스피치가 있고요. 켄트 칼더님의 스피치를 이렇게 어레인지해 주신 공주대학교 이문정 교수님께 다시 한번 진심으로 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. As you know, Professor 이문정, she is the student of the Professor Kent Calder at Johns Hopkins. So thank you for her very kind cooperation to arrange the keynote speech by the Professor Kent Calder. 그러면은 아무튼 뭐 코리아 파운데이션과 함께 개최하는 회의가 앞으로도 계속 잘 이어지고 또 의미 있는 이번에도 성과로 그렇게 이제 이어지길 기대하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 이어서 코리아 파운데이션의 이종국 교류이사님의 축사가 있겠습니다. 저쪽 가운데로. 네.
안녕하십니까. 회장님은 저기서 하고 저는 가운데 와서 해서 좀 쑥스럽습니다. 네. 여기 그 축사를 영어로 준비하라고 그래서 서툴지만 영어로 축사를 준비했습니다. Professor 박인휘, the President of the Korean Association of International Studies, distinguished panelists and guests, good afternoon. On behalf of the Korea Foundation, I'm greatly honored to co-host this session on the trilateral cooperation among Korea, Japan, and China at the conference here at Ewha Women's University in partnership with the Korean Association of International Studies. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your participation in this conference, and allow me to give a special welcome to the experts and young scholars who came from afar, Japan, China, and other countries. My special thanks also go to KAIS and also to Ewha Women's University for their efforts to organize this conference. As this year marks the 70th anniversary of the end of the Korean War and the ROK-US alliance, I believe that the theme of today's conference is very timely and significant: return of power politics and the Northeast Asian security, tasks and prospect of Korea, China, and Japan cooperation. In some ways, regional security centered on the Korean Peninsula can be seen as an aftermath of the Korean War. Thus, it is clear that establishing the identity of and detailing tasks for future trilateral cooperation is the key task facing all three countries. A particular note, we are holding this conference offline for the first time in 3 years to celebrate the end of the pandemic. As many scholars conducting researches in Korea, Japan, China, and the United States are invited here today, I believe that you will be able to build a stronger network for joint researches in the years to come. Currently, as you know, the global strategic environment is rapidly changing from the US-China competition to the ongoing Russia-Ukraine hostilities. With the environment around the Republic of Korea more unstable than ever, our diplomatic choice and endeavor are becoming increasingly critical. Obviously, Japan, China, and Korea are very close neighbors, separated only by a thin body of water. Our three countries enjoy a cultural affinity and time-honored friendships, and our close economic and cultural bonds play a critical role in promoting regional peace and stability, shaping the overall political climate in Northeast Asia. Unfortunately, however, the past few years have made it more difficult for our countries to engage with one another. However, I believe there is a willingness among us now to change this status quo. Korea, Japan, and China expressed their willingness to resume the trilateral summit early this year, and especially Korea's Ministry of Foreign Affairs is making every effort to resume the trilateral summit by the end of this year. In this era, as the only agency of public diplomacy of Korea, the Korea Foundation is also striving to promote bilateral and trilateral cooperation in this region. In particular, last April, in collaboration with the Korea-China-Japan Cooperation Secretariat, the first meeting of the Korea, Japan, China Vision Group was held in Xiamen, China. Through this meeting, a space was created to discuss mutual trust and coordination in the fields of politics, economy, society, and culture. I have strong faith that the conference will produce truly meaningful results for all participants from our 3 countries, including our young leaders, and that the outcomes will serve as a stepping stone on which we develop the next dimension of trilateral cooperation. I believe we will gain new insights of discussing crucial and time-sensitive issues such as tensions in Northeast Asia and US-China competition. The visions and the strategies for trilateral cooperation that we exchange today will surely become a common asset for the future regional collaboration. Again, we look forward into in-depth analysis and valuable policy proposals necessary for our future through various discussions and Q&As. Finally, and again, I would like to thank everyone present here in this room for joining this wonderful and meaningful conference. I hope all of you enjoy our productive and insightful discussions. In particular, I wish all the guests from abroad an enjoyable and memorable stay in Korea. Thank you very much.
네, 감사드립니다. 영상을 준비하는 동안 잠시 기념 촬영을 진행하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 이어서 켄트 칼더 존스 홉킨스대 교수님의 영상을 만나보시겠습니다. 저희 오늘 나눠드린 자료집 맨 앞에 기조연설이 수록되어 있습니다. 참조 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 그럼 영상 부탁드리겠습니다.
It's a real pleasure to speak with you all today. I'm only sorry that I can't be in Korea directly, but I do look forward. Congratulations on your conference, and I look forward to hearing more about it. I realize also, of course, that this is the year of the 70th anniversary of the U.S.-Korea alliance in the wake, of course, of 3 years of conflict on the peninsula. An alliance, of course, between Korea and the United States, which has endured now for 70 years. And in our discussion today, I'd like to talk about Eurasia's transformation, how those are intensified by the Ukraine war, and then the implications in particular for Korea, because I think the importance of Korea is rising substantially as a consequence of all of this. I'd especially like to thank Professor Park In-hui for his leadership of KAIS, and wish all of you the best in your deliberations. The subject that we have today of Eurasia's transformation is important, I would argue, both practically speaking for the world as we know it, but also for comparative and international political economy, because it involves the question of international order and whether the changes on the continent of Eurasia actually will produce a significant change in the nature of international affairs, a regime change, as theorists would put it. Eurasia, I think it's important to note from the very outset, has tremendous latent potential. It is the largest continent in the world by a substantial margin. It has 40% of the world's land area, 70% of the world's economic output in purchasing power parity terms, 60% of the world's oil reserves, 80% of the world's gas reserves, just to note a few. There are also very important complementarities across the continent between, for example, the semiconductor capabilities of Korea, Taiwan, and the nations of Western Europe, or alternatively of Russia, which also have tremendous implications. Synergies between the defense industrial base that Korea has as a result of the 70 years of confrontation between North and South, and the new confrontations rising along the border of NATO, between NATO and the Russians, and intensified, of course, also by the conflict. So the way that relationships evolve in Eurasia has fateful global implications. Next. Professor Zbig Brzezinski, a member of our faculty for many years at Zeiss Johns Hopkins, and also, of course, National Security Advisor, once said, cumulatively, Eurasia's power vastly overshadows America. Fortunately for America, Eurasia is too big to be politically one. And Brzezinski, when he wrote this, was writing in the mid-1990s, so more than 20 years ago. The world has changed. Technology has perhaps become more important. Certain parts of the American economy have become stronger, but the fundamental strategic problem that he poses, that Eurasia is the world's largest continent by far, and if it were unified, that unity would have massive global implications, including those for both the United States and Korea, is certainly something that we should think about. Next. Now, going to think about Eurasia's past, present, and future, including the situation since the Ukraine war began, I think it's valuable for us to turn the clock back to 1975, before China's modernizations began. As you can see, the Soviet Union loomed very large across the continent, and relations were not easy among the key nations, in particular the Sino-Soviet dispute, but also disputes in the Middle East and differences within Europe itself. So European integration, Eurasian integration, of course, was far, far from anyone's mind. Next slide. What changed this situation? I argue in my book, Supercontinent and elsewhere, that it was some sharp, quick political earthquakes, which I call critical junctures, that were crucial. China's modernizations were one, the Soviet collapse at the end of 1991, the global financial crisis that led to a massive economic expansion in China in 2008, and then Russia's struggle under Putin to recover its previous superpower status, first by taking back the Crimea in 2014, and then very importantly, and something that we will focus on, the Ukraine war itself. Next. Now, you might ask, what exactly is the process by which, or what has been happening across Eurasia as a result of these critical junctures? The continent, of course, is the distances are shorter across land than they are across sea. And also the economic centers of these sides of the continent are getting closer. There is some latent potential. Now, this is greatest, of course, for China, because China is the largest nation in the populated part of the continent. Russia is even larger, but it's, of course, stretches mainly across uninhabited areas and sparsely populated areas in the north. So China is really in a pivotal position and benefits greatly from integration, as the Chinese have been trying to do through the Belt and Road Initiative. Integration benefits China more really than anyone else. And so that is one very important development as the integration of the continent proceeds, the rising shadow of China. Now, what emerging profiles do we get as a consequence of this integration across Eurasia? And what does all of this mean for Korea? Next slide. The emerging profiles next. The emerging profiles, the real key point there is that, next slide, that China is becoming more and more influential and powerful vis-a-vis Russia. This is one of the main developments. In 1991, actually Russia had a larger economy than China did, but today it's much, much smaller. And in nominal purchasing parity terms, in nominal terms, Korea's economy actually is now larger than Russia's. So there's been a huge development, but with China particularly becoming larger and but also having strong relationships across the continent with Eastern European nations. Even before the war, of course, it had strong relations with the Ukraine as well. And so the implication, one important one for the US-Korea alliance, is that balancing China, both directly in the region, but also across the continent in Eastern Europe has become an increasingly important consideration. And of course, particularly since the beginning of the Ukraine war. Now, what exactly is the impact of the Ukraine war, and particularly the implications for Korea and its role? Next slide, please. That is why the subject on which I would like to strongly focus. I think to understand this issue, it's important for us to go back just 2 weeks before the beginning of the Ukraine war to the so-called unlimited partnership between Russia and China that came out of the meeting between Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin at the Beijing Olympics in early February of 2022. This made the continental powers, China and Russia, more capable of alternatively encouraging or dissuading North Korea. I think that is one important strategic implication for Korea. It also enhanced their potential challenge to Korea. Since the war began, in fact, even before that, they had accelerated joint maneuvers and in both the East Sea and surrounding areas, and also around the world. And because to the degree to which they have been unified, of course, this also poses more challenges for Korea and creates more importance to the notion of Korea as a pivotal global state. Now, you might wonder, why has the war itself given Korea more leverage as a global pivotal state, so that this notion is not simply a political rhetoric, but I do believe has begun to have some substantive importance in the world, for Eastern Europe, certainly, for the United States, for the nations of the Persian Gulf, for Japan, and I would say also for Russia and potentially for China in future. Let me just explain a little bit about why I think that's true. One really key consideration is the nature of Korea's industrial base. Of course, together with Taiwan, it's the most important producer of semiconductors in the world. And semiconductors, important in automobiles, in energy efficiency, but also quite critically in defense-related equipment, so that the presence of semiconductors can aid defense production, or the absence thereof, of course, can make it very difficult, as to some extent the Russians have experienced, to develop their defense industry. Now, the defense industrial base of Korea, much of which, of course, developed in the shadow of a revival of the Korean War after the armistice and the signing of the U.S.-Korea Security Treaty in 1953, was a very important considerations. Korea, to a greater extent than any other ally of the United States, has faced serious challenge of a land invasion. Today, as a result of the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, the frontline nations of NATO, beginning with Poland in the north, but extending all the way down to Romania and Bulgaria in the south, these countries face a challenge of a potential invasion over land, which is similar to the challenge which Korea itself has faced now for 70 years, and where the US-Korea alliance has been an important deterrent to a revival of that conflict. Concretely, we can see quite dramatically the importance of Korea in Eastern Europe with the landmark arms agreement that Korea and Poland signed last year, which has so far in 2022 alone actually provided $12.4 billion of arms to Poland. And in 2022, Korea's arms exports, most of them to Eastern Europe, increased by 140% to $17.3 billion. I'm going to be traveling next month across Europe, including to frontline states such as Romania, Poland, and Moldova. And I already can see from the discussions I've had that the interest of those frontline European nations is extremely great in defense industrial cooperation with Korea, which of course, until this Ukraine invasion, was simply not a consideration. In Washington, D.C., where I am now, the importance of Korea has clearly risen as since the outbreak of the war. And I think this landmark agreement between Korea and Poland was one major dimension of that. Interdependence across the continent economically, of course, has been rising. Korean exports, not only defense, but certainly electronics and many other manufactured items, have been rising rapidly, particularly to Eastern Europe. And this new security, a common security interest was reaffirmed by President Yoon's involvement at the NATO summit last year, I think has intensified this. And I've recently been having discussions with members of the White House staff, particularly in the National Security Council. And it's clear to me that the importance of Korea, both for its role in broadening and stabilizing relations with other allies, both in Northeast Asia and also in Europe, is one important part of that. President Yoon, of course, was recently accorded a state visit to the United States. He made one, including a major state dinner, one of the very first after President Macron of France in the Biden administration. The next will be with Prime Minister Modi of India. And so clearly in Washington, Korea is being accorded extremely prominent diplomatic presence, in part because of the 70th anniversary commemoration, of course, but not simply because of historical ties, but also because of these new developments coming out from the Ukraine war. Elsewhere in the world, I mentioned the Gulf, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Korea's civilian nuclear capabilities, its huge nuclear power deal with the UAE as these countries try to move away from their dependence on hydrocarbons. That's notable. Of course, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman recently made a major visit to Korea, and clearly in the Gulf as well, Korea's importance is rising as the ability and capability economically of the Saudis, and also their desire to restructure their economy toward electronics rather than the heavy dependence on oil becomes more important. Finally, I think the potential and the close relations that have developed between Korea and the nations of Eastern Europe and the United States also is having some impact on the Russians as well, that Russia is coming to appreciate the leverage and the potential of Korea as a significant nation on the international scene. Now, in conclusion, let me just stress a few of the main points that I've been trying to make. First of all, I think because of several critical junctures, beginning with China's modernizations and the Soviet collapse in 1991, Eurasia has been reconfigured in very important ways, and interdependent relationships across the continent have been developing. A real Eurasian geopolitics, as opposed to Indo-Pacific or European or Asia-Pacific interdependence, has been rising. So Korea has become much more interdependent in electronics and, of course, recently in defense industrial production in particular with the nations of Eastern Europe. This new interdependence across the continent, of which China, of course, has also been a very major part, as we know, through Belt and Road, the rapid expansion of China's economy, the deepening ties of Russia and China, has meant that Eurasia's deepening ties, although they do present opportunities for Korea, they have led as in net, I think, to rising influence of China on the Eurasian continent, which is the largest in the world. As a consequence, this makes the US-Korea alliance, now celebrating its 70th anniversary, even more important than it has been in inhibiting a process of global system transformation away from a regime based on the stability of the international order under basic rules of international law, and preventing a radical system shift in the international system. Many issues here. You are discussing some very important ones at your KAIS conference. I only wish that I could join you, and all best wishes. Thank you very much.
네, 이것으로 2023년 한국국제정치학회 하계학술대회 개회식을 마치겠습니다. 오늘 끝까지 참석해 주신 선생님들께 감사드리고 오늘 6시 이후에 이곳에서 저녁 식사가 진행될 예정입니다. 참석이 가능하신 선생님들께서는 많은 참석 부탁드립니다. 마지막으로 오늘 회의를 지원해 주신 한국국제교류재단에 깊이 감사드립니다. 감사드립니다.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this session today. Again, this is a part of annual academic conference organized by Korean Association of International Studies. Especially today's panel is also sponsored by Korea Foundation. And we have a very interesting and important topic to talk about today with excellent three presenters and also three discussants. I'm Sung-ho Shin, a professor at the Seoul National University, Graduate School of International Studies, today's moderator. And we have three presenters. First, from Korea, Professor Kim Junyoung from Handong Global University, who will talk about the Korean Peninsula at the forefront of shifting geopolitical tectonic plate in Northeast Asia. And second, we have Professor Wang Yong from Peking University, who will talk about the securitization of economic interdependence. And last but not the least, Professor Nishino Junya from Keio University of Japan, who will talk about global change and potential for Japan-Korea cooperation. And as you already know, this is, again, 70th anniversary of Korean War armistice, and at the same time also alliance. And there are lots of things happening and changes, and especially in the middle of this geopolitical dynamics in various parts in Europe and Asia. And in this time, I'm really happy to have three great experts and scholars representing three countries, Korea, China, Japan, today. And we have also three excellent discussants, Professor Kim Tae-hyung from Sungsil University, and Professor Bae Young-ja from Konkuk University, and then Dr. Cho Eun-il from the Korea Institute for Defense Analysis. So without further ado, today's presentation will go on. Each presenter will have about 15 minutes. I will set up the alarm clock, so don't be alarmed or surprised when there's some beeping sound. That's just a kind of notice for you that time's up, but that doesn't mean that there will be penalty or anything. And then for each discussant, about 7 minutes. Okay, so first, let me invite Professor Kim Junyoung for his presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Shin. My name is Junyoung Kim. I'm from School of International Studies at Handong Global University. And I'm really honored and happy to be invited in this very important and precious session. But for the past over 1 year, actually almost, when I was invited, I was surprised because I was almost the outcast for the past 1 and more year. By any government-sponsored or organized panel. Maybe it's a mistake by KF, but thank you very much. I prefer it's a generosity to mistake. Okay. Yeah, I actually had a little bit grandiose kind of title. The Korean Peninsula at the forefront of the shifting geopolitical tectonic plates in Northeast Asia. In 15 minutes, I cannot explain all, but one key thing is, I believe, is volatility. The level of volatility is much higher than ever before in this Northeast Asia as well as the whole world. We all know that there is ongoing debate on how to define this changing world order. And many people, already say it's a new Cold War, but I am not the fan of the fixed order of new Cold War. You know, definitely post-Cold War order is over, almost over, but not disappeared. Post-Cold War was characterized by neoliberalism, like free trade, global governance, international organization. These are dwindling. But whether it is new Cold War, I don't agree with that, not yet fixed, but almost become a fad, catchword, already used frequently by politicians and media. You know, there are two, I think, orders is clashing each other. One is, of course, globalization still remains, even though it's dwindling. But the other phenomena, including fragmentations, exclusive nationalism, sometimes hostile nationalism, and geopolitics rising up. It's a mixed, still neither of one is dominant, but it's a mixed, but the new phenomenon is more conspicuous. So it is more like fragmented and nationalistic and geopolitical. One big characteristic of this kind is a messy. It's not really neat and consistent. It's very random. We have to concentrate on focus on this. We so-called liberal international order or rule-based international order, you know, value-oriented foreign policy in crisis, even though Western world, including U.S., argue or use as a flagship, defending against Russia and China and other so-called evil countries. You know, democracy, I think there have been three mainstays of liberal international order. It's democracy and free trade and Pax Americana. All three mainstays are weakening or faltering. Democracy is faltering, you know, by ultra-rightist nationalism. You know, so many countries have free elections, but after the elections, it's almost like a patternized to become authoritarian and ignore Congress and people. And second, free trade and capitalism, income inequality is prevalent in all countries. And third one is, you know, Pax Americana is weakening, especially by US-China strategic competitions. So, two keywords that describe very well about this changing world order. The era of a new normal and era of post-truth. New normal is transition period. It looks like a transitional, looks like abnormal, but becoming almost like normal. That means enduring this viability of this abnormality. It's characterized by the uncertainty and instability and inequality. And second keyword is called post-truth. So political position is more important than the truth. So truth is not working anymore, and fake is more powerful than the fact. So it actually, dictionary company, Oxford Dictionary, Encyclopedia picked this word in 2016 when Great Britain declared Brexit, and when Donald Trump became president. It's not really coincidence. It is really connected each other very deeply. So Trump was not the outlier. He was rather a byproduct, more so a catalyst of the trend, actually sweeping the U.S. and the world. He argued, and actually President Biden argued that he tried to break of this trend, but he became follower of the trend. US-China strategic competition is at the core of this changing world order. It has a three aspect. Number one is a structural problem brought by a power shift of the international politics. Second, domestic politics, especially these days, foreign policy was dominated by domestic political cost. So more than 80% of Americans have negative feelings about China. So that means any politician in America cannot ignore the political asset criticizing China. Three, US foreign policy decision makers has becoming strategically paranoid. You know, China sometimes ingenuinely can become a threat, but US decision makers, foreign policy decision makers, exaggerate threat of China. Okay. The number of US allies and partners combined is about 60 countries. And the number of countries having China as number one trade partner reaches 120, almost twice as much, even though it's a different standard. But more important than this is many of these countries are overlapped. The problem is East Asia. East Asia geopolitically more grim than any other area, especially even though, as I said, it's not a new Cold War, but at least East Asia become the forefront of new Cold War, at least promoted by US leaders. And as the fourth line of US-China competition has been created along the Korean Peninsula. As you can see the map, along the Korean Peninsula, East China Sea, and Taiwan Strait, and the South China Sea. This become physical front line of the US-China strategic competition. Other area has still room for maneuvering, but somehow around the Korean Peninsula, Northeast Asia, and East Asian, this forefront becoming a hotspot for the US-China strategic competitions. Actually, previous government, Moon Jae-in governments noticed that, tried to become a linker or a bridge between these two powers. But this government, actually, last November, is Phnom Penh statement, a joint statement, US, Korea, and Japan. And Yoon government decided to join an American-led anti-China coalition, which means, you know, in the Indo-Pacific strategy, it is actually there is no room for continental country, even though South Korea is continental state also. But Yoon government decided to join the maritime countries, especially with US and Japan. Shaping up anti-China bloc situations is a bad idea, even if US-China relations remain perilous on geopolitical, geoeconomic, technological, and ideological spheres. It should not be described as new Cold War, as I said, since China remains interdependent with the outside world and participates in numerous international institutions. Some say that the ROK should revisit how Joseon the last dynasty of Korea responded to the historical transition between Ming and Qing dynasty of China. This advice is flawed in many aspects. The US cannot be like Ming, and it will be difficult for China to be like Qing. But one clear lesson to take from Joseon's experience is that putting everything in one basket comes with a terrible cost. Our alliance with the US is vital to securing our future as China's rise might pose us a threat. However, we should firmly resist to any action by the US that could drag us into a new Cold War. Global governance based on liberal international order no more rely on the US and China for leadership. Both currently promote alternatives for the international order. The times of US benign leadership in the liberal international order is likely to be almost over. Given America's domestic issues agenda, China has no choice but pretending to support liberal international for its survival. It's very ironic for China to react against the US pressure. They promote somehow free trade and liberal international order, genuine multilateralism. It is unable to put this money where its mouth is, although a multilateralism for assuaging potential conflict in East Asia long been considered a right path. Multilateralism is waning in the region. Nevertheless, being unable to rely on leadership of any single power, collective leadership based on multilateralism will have to be reinvigorated, especially by concerted efforts by capable countries, especially I call it second-row countries, except these two superpowers, Korea, Japan, France, Germany, Canada, and Australia, and so on. We should work together to convince Washington to reform the rules of multilateralism and call on Beijing to live up to its claim of a peaceful rise. Thanks for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very in time, but at the same time, lots of interesting point, so maybe to discuss later on. So next would be Professor Wang Young from Beijing University. Please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to attend this very important conference hosted by KAIS. Good topic and good timing to make reflections on the lessons of the Korean War and the Armistice Agreement. So we are at another crossing road. We talk the very important lessons. We should not return to the Cold War. Now we have seen many people start to talk about the new Cold War or the Cold War II. Right? So then I think that will be very bad. So if such kind of scenario is come to truth to our region, the East Asia or Asia, the Pacific, everybody will suffer, will be the losers. Today, my topic is about the securitizations of economic interdependence, the China-US strategic competitions, and China responses. Some of them might echoes to Professor De Kim's previous presentations. I share some concerns of him. I'm teaching at Peking University, the subject of international political economy, US-China relations, trade, politics. Okay, that's my main focus. We have seen, that is very unfortunately, it's very different from the last 3 decades. We are moving a new era of international relations characterized with the securitization of interdependence. Economic interdependence has been the very important consequences of the last 3 decades development of economic globalizations. Now we see the rising trend of geopolitical rivalry so-called major power strike competitions. Now they turn the tide. Right? So I think the securitizations of the global supply chain and interdependence has become a very important topic. There can be good opportunities for IR scholarship, but I think it will be very bad for the world. So the U.S. now, we say, U.S. is the leading force. We reorient the development of the global economic globalizations, including the redefinition U.S.-China relations, target China as the biggest security threat. That is potential to overthrow U.S. the power status since U.S. has been gained since the end of the Cold War. Now, what about the U.S. policy of the last the recent two administrations? The Trump administration's China policies, I think, mainly to take advantages of the pandemic, carry forward substantial decoupling with China, and more important, to implement a new Cold War strategies. So that is partially since the beginning of the pandemic, the Trump administration has grasped the opportunities to carry forward economic decoupling, mainly carry forward the two important policy or strategies. One is a partnership for economic prosperity, that is try to reduce the manufacturings in China, get rid of the China from the global supply chains. Okay, that is mainly carried forward by the U.S. State Department. So that is a starting point of so-called nearshoring or the friend-shorings. Okay, that is accepted by the Biden administrations. The second big policy is a clean network initiative. That's try to so the kick off the Chinese the 5G technologies, equipments, China internet companies, and APP, etc. Okay, from the to pursue or persuade or coerce the many countries. I think here have the number is 43 countries. Okay, to participate this so-called the clean the network initiative. So they're interesting to know how the Biden administrations cope with the legacy of the Trump administrations, especially on its terrible war, right, imposed by previous government, right. So very interesting to say. Even the U.S. business communities, consumers associations, urge for the giving up the tariff imposed on the imports from China. The Biden administrations, in the end, made decisions to maintain these schemes of the tariff. Even there is the U.S. business communities and the analysts, they emphasized over 90% of the tariff duties were banned on the shoulders of American companies and consumers. So that is, that is most important things in the Biden administration's first national security strategy document. I think when we see it, we will understand. Okay, China has picked up as the #1 security threat. Okay, that means aim to the potentials increasingly comprehensive to overthrow the U.S. predominant status. Now, besides the keeping the extra duties on the imports of China, the Biden administrations, carries out the technology trade restrictions based on policy of so-called small yard and a high fence. Okay, that is about 2,000 Chinese entities has been put on the entity list about June 2023. Right, so a part of this, U.S. government, on one hand, is trying to reduce dependence on the made in China, the products, mainly in the for the sectors. That's a larger capacity, the batteries, electronic cars, the rare earths, and the pharmaceuticals, in the names of promotions of the supply chain resilience. Right? On the other hand, we'll say they have to mainly targeted China's semiconductor industries to deny Chinese companies access to the high-end chips and related technologies. Interesting to say, yeah, so we see have the US also, after these 2 years, the Biden administrations also did some reflections on its China policy. One is that China, the question, has the US lost the trade war against China? So that is, we have seen that, okay, now US, the government has changed its tones, okay, from so-called decoupling away from China or to the de-riskings. We can see it from the senior officials of the Biden administration's the speech. Right, so that is make some shift of the policy. On one hand, they will emphasize, okay, that is, to have a constructive economic relations with China, crucial to the U.S. economy. On the other hand, they are driven by national security concerns. They will continue to import the export control the measures so they on China. So the China response, okay, very interesting to the notice. China feels greater pressures. China's industries and sectors suffers from that. But China now focus on several things as a counter the measures. One is to try to enhance the autonomy and controllable capacities of industry chains and supply chains. Right? So that means have to the break. China have to make achievements in so-called throat chalk technologies. So, for example, in the Huawei technologies has made a lot of innovations in the mobile phone operating system, in the database, and the many others. Right? So China used to be dependent on the supply from the United States. Now China is finding it very crucial, imperative to replace the U.S. technology for the purpose of survival and security. Secondly, China carrying forward dual circulations, a new development strategy to drive sustainable growth of China's economy with domestic the market. But the most important things, China will has determined start up the further opening in terms of the rules, regulations, managers, and standards, reducing the negative list of foreign investment market, the access. So China has set up 21 pilot free trade zones and the Hainan free trade port to build a market-oriented rule of law based first-class business environment. So that has been part of the countermeasures against the U.S. decoupling the measures. Not to mention, China will continue its efforts with initiative Belt Road Initiative, right, to expand the partnership and cooperations with the countries that would like to work with China. So what about the future? Okay, given the limit of times, I will be very short on this part. So we have a very, unclear, uncertain future. So who will win? As nobody knows, right? So this might be the U.S. at this moment. Now that is one hand, they try to compete with China, that is by making a security alliance. But on the other hand, they like to stabilize a relationship with China. Professor Kim has mentioned that. So that is a very important, complicated development. But I think that China is not the Soviet Union. I think the U.S. might feel the more difficulties, even the failure, to implement a new Cold War on China. Okay, that U.S. strategy will be constrained by the many factors, including China has a large economic size, a more comprehensive economic strength, and China has been much more integrated into the global economy. So all these things will limit the U.S. constrictions on China. On the other hand, I will say the U.S. may face major structure deficiency in its system, and institutions will be eroding the foundations of U.S. power and capacity in dealing with China. Here I listed, that is the factors leading to the social sustainability problems. Political sustainability problems, especially deepening political polarizations, make it very difficult to make any meaningful reform because of the influence of infected influence, as well as economic sustainabilities, foreign policy, sustainabilities, the overspending military, widespread oppositions against U.S. interventions, etc. So I think that is China will play in a better skill way, the biggest card in hand. Okay, that is Chinese markets. China will to continue to play with its some advantages in its political system. Okay, including that economic resilience, strong independence, and can be try to make it possible to turn the competition and crisis into the opportunities for development. I want to stop here. Thank you very much for listening. Your comments are welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wang Yong. And Professor Nishino from Keio University, please.
Thank you for inviting me to this very meaningful conference. I am Nishino from Keio University in Tokyo. I'd like to my thanks to President Park Geun-hye and next President Ma San-yun of KAIS and all of KAIS people for inviting me to this conference. So the topic given to me is the global change and the potential for Japan-ROK cooperation. So as we all know, thanks to the strong leadership of the President Yoon Suk-yeol, now we've seen the rapid restoration of our bilateral relationship between Tokyo and Seoul. The President Yoon, ever since the presidential election campaign, President Yoon has stressed the need to rebuild the bilateral relationship, and he has acted decisively on that conviction, notwithstanding the strength of anti-Japanese sentiment in South Korea. His leadership on this bilateral relationship should be highly appreciated. The Prime Minister Kishida has responded to President Yoon's effort to mend ties with Japan by his early visit to South Korea in May 7th just 2 months after President Yu's visit to Japan. When Prime Minister Kishida talked about Japan-ROK relationship, he repeatedly mentioned like this: amid the current global situation in which the rule-based international order is threatened, there has never been a time when Japan-ROK strategic cooperation and Japan-US ROK strategic cooperation have been needed more, and there is no time to waste in improving Japan-ROK relations. So as Prime Minister Kishida stated, the rule-based international order faces a crisis due to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and China's attempt to change the status quo by force. So the cooperation between Japan and ROK is indeed an essential requirement. So Japan and South Korea, the two neighboring countries, share the values of liberal democracy, and both are allies of the United States. And Japan is third, and the ROK is the 10th largest economy in the world. So I think that we, Japan and ROK, should be the national partner, not only in the region, but also in the global arena. But when we talk about the progress of Japan and ROK relation and cooperation, there are some challenges moving ahead in our bilateral ties. I would like to point three things. First one is domestic politics, especially national sentiment in both nations. And second is the bilateral cooperation, especially in security field. And third one is the cooperation on the Indo-Pacific region. So regarding the first point on the national sentiment in both nations, as I mentioned, the bilateral, when we talk about bilateral relationship between the Tokyo and the Seoul, now the current international situation, like Ukrainian situation and Chinese assertiveness in this region, acting as a kind of driving force to encourage cooperation between the two countries. But at the same time, the national sentiment in both nations, especially in South Korea's complex national sentiment, remains a limiting factor in improving bilateral ties. So there are still strong public opposition to Yoon's Japan policy, particularly his plan to break the impasse over the compensation of Korean workers during the wartime for Japanese companies. The further minefields await the two leaders, including the release of treated water from the disabled Fukushima nuclear power plant, and Korea's opposition to the addition of the Sado mine complex to the UNESCO World Heritage List. So Japan and ROK government will need to navigate such issues carefully in order to keep bilateral friction under control. The second point is on the cooperation between Tokyo and Seoul, especially in the security field. So with the restart of subtle diplomacy between the Japan and ROK, now we have an opportunity to escape the vicious circle whereby historical dispute undermined all aspects of the bilateral relationship, including trade, security cooperation, and the people-to-people exchange. So in the economic sphere, Japan moved to end the economic curve imposed on South Korea. And in security field arena, President Yoon pressed to completely normalize Japan-ROK, General Security of Military Information Agreement, or GSOMIA. The two leaders also agreed to resume the suspended Japan-ROK security dialogue and vice ministerial level strategic dialogue,
and also to establish consultation on economic security. And the trilateral cooperation among Japan, ROK, and the United States to counter the North Korea's military threat has also reactivated. In the joint statement issued in Phnom Penh, Hanoi, last October, after the trilateral summit meeting among the three countries, this statement expressed their intent to share North Korean missile warning data in real time. So three countries have regularized ballistic missile search and tracking exercise and anti-submarine joint naval drill. So now we've seen the rapid recovery of our trilateral security cooperation in the region. But I think the current cooperation, trilateral cooperation, put more emphasis on defense and deterrence side. But hopefully, I think that we need more comprehensive policy, especially toward North Korea, not only on defense and deterrence side, but also preparation for the dialogue and diplomacy. So as some may know, recently, Prime Minister Kishida expressed his strong hope to have a dialogue and a negotiation with North Korea. I think this is a kind of the North Korea's tactics, try to driving a wedge among the three countries. So now we are ready to for North Korea not to exercise this kind of the tactics. We are ready to more comprehensive policy toward North Korea. The third point is on the cooperation in the Pacific area. So restart of charter diplomacy and mending tie between the Japan and South Korea also provide an opportunity for Japan and South Korea to reaffirm the potential for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region and the wider international community. So Yoon Suk-yeol administration has embraced the diplomatic goal of turning South Korea into a global pivotal state through proactive contribution to the international community. In December last year, President Yoon, released a strategy for free, peaceful, and prosperous Indo-Pacific region, echoing Japan's free and open Indo-Pacific initiative. So Japan, Prime Minister Kishida, has also been charting a new course on foreign policy and security. So Prime Minister Kishida revised Japan's national security strategy and the two other key defense documents last year. And also, past March, Prime Minister Kishida when Prime Minister Kishida traveled to New Delhi, he announced a new plan for a free and open Indo-Pacific. So this conference of the event between two countries has presented a rare opportunity for Japan and South Korea to coordinate and cooperate on matters of regional strategy and policy. So their ability to capitalize on that opportunity could have important consequences for the future of our two countries and the entire Indo-Pacific region. So lastly, when President Yoon Suk-yeol visited Japan, he visited Keio University, my university in Tokyo, and he spoke as follows in front of the Japanese and Korean students. So Korea and Japan, two close neighbors, are liberal democracies that share the foundation built on universal values such as freedom, human rights, and the rule of law. So this fact in itself holds a special meaning. So this signifies that our two countries must assume our leadership roles together as we strive toward a common goal of peace and prosperity in the international community. through solidarity and cooperation. So I really hope that these two countries play this role through gaining strong support of two nations. So I stop here and looking forward to lively discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Nishino. So we have three discussants who will discuss each of these three presentations. So first, I'd like to invite Professor Kim Tae-young, who will discuss a presentation by Professor Kim Junyoung.
Thank you. My name is Tae-hyung Kim at Sungsil University, and first and foremost, I'm very thankful for being invited to this prestigious panel. I'm going to discuss about Professor Kim Junyoung's excellent presentation. It's very well structured, and it covers all the important and significant elements of the current international security environment. So it's I learned a lot. And the first the comment I'd like to make is that the changing, shifting international order. Professor Kim emphasized fragmentation, nationalism, and geopolitics, and all those are contributing to the worsening overall security and security environment in the world. Certainly, world is in great peril. The return of great power politics, emerging non-traditional security threats like pandemic, cyber threats, climate change, and things like that, and also the decline of American leadership. So, as Professor Kim said, no more Pax Americana. So certainly, U.S.-led liberal international order has been significantly weakened. But as Professor Kim said, he's not a fan of the term New Cold War or the Cold War II, because it's not yet fixed, and China is so interdependent to be considered like that. But I think the Cold War reference is still very important when thinking about changing international order, because the Cold War provides certain characteristics, especially the bipolarity between the United States and the Soviet Union, and also the ideological competition, strategic rivalry, etc. Especially, the shifting global balance of power is so important when you think about the international order change. So the Cold War was certainly a bipolarity, and it's replaced by the U.S. unipolarity, but there has been significant debate about from unipolarity, is it changing? Or if there is a change, from what to what? Is it going to be multipolarity, bipolarity, or some fuzzy bifurcation, or what? So if there is an order, new order is emerging to replace the US-led liberal international order, what is it? And who would lead it? And also, under this circumstance, what would be being followed by this changing international order? So that would be my first question. If international order is certainly changing, from what to what, or what would be the new international order to replace the US-led international order? And another thing is, Professor Kim seems to be very critical to the currently going US, Korea, Japan trilateral alliance, because one of the reasons is it excludes continental Asian countries, especially China, and he suggests instead the collective leadership-based multilateralism, and that should be reinvigorated. And also related with that, in this increasing US-China competition and for peace and security in the region, he also suggests Korea peace process should be the best possible card. I agree with that, and those are all very desirable. But if you look at the current situation under the worsening security circumstances, like the war between Russia and Ukraine, and worsening U.S.-China rivalry, and North Korea's nuclear threat, and maritime territorial dispute in East Asia, if it's really happening, I mean, if it's desirable, but could it really happen? If so, how we could promote that kind of collective leadership-based multilateral order or Korean peace process? That's my second question. And Professor Kim emphasized the falling democracy a lot, and I became very interested because recently I worked on this subject as well. So currently, besides geopolitical tectonic shift, there has been challenges and competition in values and ideologies, and the Biden administration is actively promoting the new security strategy based on the division between democracy versus autocracy. But the United States seems to be losing the edge because recent survey shows that democracy has been declining and the autocracy has been increasing. And there are many reasons. In the recent the autocratic leaders are not like former dictators who emphasized fear, instilling fear among the people, and based on fear, they could rule whatever they wanted. But the current autocratic leaders, they are in general legally elected, but after they are elected, after they become leaders, they weaken judicial structure and demonizing and marginalizing opposition, and disabling media's role as a critical base of democratic principles. So some people call it spin dictators rather than fear dictators. So inclusiveness, diversity, and civic nationalism and democracy, multilateral democracy has been replaced by exclusive nativist nationalism and illiberal democracy. And unfortunately, that's what's happening in the world, and those kind of authoritarian states have been increasing around the world. So this kind of tendency has been making vicious cycle, rise of authoritarianism, nationalist competition rather than cooperation, and unstable international order. So what Professor Kim Jun-young called it something like uncertainty, inequality, and instability. In this environment, I think the center of concern should be the U.S. democracy's robustness that has been challenged. Professor Kim showed the slide of Trump and Biden election results. That looks very interesting. But as we know, the American democracy has been challenged, gravely challenged. That led to Trump's victory. And under Trump, all the criteria and standards of democracy significantly declined, like other autocratic states. And even after the 2020 election, he denied he lost, and the election denier swept the rank of the Republican supporters, and conspiracy theories spread, and which culminated in January 6th insurrection by storming the U.S. Congress. And still majority of the Republican supporters believe that the election was stolen. So there is certainly enduring power of Trumpism. So even after all these legal troubles and indictments that Trump has been going on recently, Trump is still the front runner of the Republican Party, and according to the poll, he's very close to Biden as the next president of the United States. So my final question is, since the U.S. domestic politics, U.S. democracy robustness is very important for not only for the United States, American people, but also the international security. What if Trump wins again in 2024 election? What would be foreign policy of the United States like? And how would the international order change? We already experienced that, and that could happen again, or worse things could happen. So that's its impact on U.S.-China competition and the possibility of military conflict between United States and China, and North Korea's nuclear problem, etc. So that's my third question. What if Trump wins again? What kind of impact that would be on the international security order? So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Professor Bae Young-jo will discuss Professor Wang Yong's presentation.
Okay, thank you, Professor Wang, for your presentation. I think you told us how the people in China view the recent U.S.-China conflict. It would have been nice to have a presenter from United States on this panel to hear American way of thinking on U.S.-China conflict and the comment on Professor Wang's presentation. Instead, I would like to say a few brief comments from a perspective of a third party, not a distant third party, borrowed from Professor Kim Jun-hyung's phrase, located at the forefront of shifting geopolitical landscape. Okay, as Professor Wang pointed out, the export regulation against Chinese firms started under the Trump administration, and they have expanded to other fields like manpower regulation, investment regulation, and capital regulation. And it is true that the United States has led the U.S.-China conflict so far. The U.S. clearly sees China as a strategic competitor and a threat in its national security strategy document. But if we think about why the United States came to see China as a threat, we could mention general and specific factors. At the general level, as Professor Graham Allison argued in his famous book on Thucydides' trip, it seems that the United States, the ruling power, has begun to have fears about the speed of economic growth and strong potential of China, a rising power. It is apparent that the rise of China would change the distribution of power in international politics. It must be considered as a threat to the security of the United States. But at the specific case of U.S.-China rivalry, I would like to mention, especially from the technology viewpoint, that the gap and the different views around the Chinese way of technology innovation are critical. In most of the countries, technological innovation has been accumulated for a long time. During the process of technology innovation, they experience not only several breakthroughs and successful cases, but also many failures and difficulties in the midst of long-term continuous R&D investment. Many scholars have argued that the imitation and imported technology and purchased technology from developed country and even illegally exploited technology without paying a fair price, rather than self-oriented, self-generated and domestic technology innovation, have contributed to Chinese economic growth so far. Of course, China is not an exception. We all know that there are many cases where economic growth and technology innovation is made based upon foreign technology acquired legally or sometimes illegally in most countries. But I think the reason why more attention and discomfort have been made to the case of China is its enormous scope and amazing speed. I think the recent US regulation raised a great challenge for China to rebuild as a more innovative country, through internal accumulation of innovation capacity. I think it sends a message for China to change the direction and the way of Chinese technological innovation. Personally, I think the time might be favorable to China, to be a genuinely innovative country, considering its huge capital, manpower, and government support. I think it's time for China to start accumulating technology innovation capabilities through continuous R&D investment and innovation, experiencing numerous failures and difficulties. I believe that China's shift to strengthening domestic technological innovation is a proper strategy, and it would be better than wasting time and energy on the blame game with the United States. Of course, it is important that in this process, universal norms for technological innovations like intellectual property right must be observed, and this would contribute the change, the perception of China as a real, genuinely innovative country. Secondly, Professor Wang said the United States is losing the recent trade and technology war. It is true that in the US, we could see the inflation partly due to the tariffs and quantitative easing, and many economic difficulties with US company whose major market has been China. Analysts say that the speed of Chinese technology development is slowing down, and Chinese economy is not recovering as quickly as expected. I think this implies that this is a typically negative-sum game where not only the United States is losing, but also China and the other countries are simultaneously losing due to the accelerating US-China trade and partial adjustment in supply chain issues. So many see the rivalry between US and China as a structural change, not a fad, temporary phenomena. So it would not disappear easily. In this situation, it is necessary for US and China should make an effort to manage instability and minimize the negative effect of confrontation in the global political and economic order. Lastly, I would like to mention Korea's position amidst the technological conflict between US and China. Until now, Korea's technological development, including semiconductor, could not develop without the cooperation, the help with cooperation with the United States. For example, in the semiconductor industry, the US is supplying basic technology and major equipment, so the cooperation with United States is critical. However, choosing to cooperate with US firms does not mean that we could not cooperate with China anymore. Obviously, China has been a major export market for many Korean products like semiconductors, and the continuing growth of a Korean industry would be difficult without cooperation with China. In other words, Korea wants to cooperate flexibly with the United States and China according to our national interest. Recently, cost and instability in the world economy are increasing due to US-China competition and partial decoupling, supply chain adjustment. All these are putting a heavy burden on Korea's technology innovation and economic growth. South Korea wants to build a dynamic global innovation system where each country tries to strengthen its innovation capability, cooperating and competing with each other, respecting the universal rules. Strategic decoupling seems to be unavoidable in some sectors, but other than that, all countries could benefit from economic interdependence. So Korea wants US and China to talk and negotiate and stabilize international order. We Koreans also would expand our diplomatic radius through middle power diplomacy, deepening the cooperation with not only Japan, but also the EU members like Germany, France, and Singapore and Australia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not the least again, Dr. Jo Eun-il on Professor Nishino's presentation, please.
Thank you. My name is Eun-il Cho. I'm Associate Research Fellow at the Korea Institute for Defense Analysis, and I'm very thankful for both KAIS and Korea Foundation to hold a venue to discuss about regional order with both Japanese and Chinese scholars in one table. And I'm very much pleased to participate in this session as a discussant. And as Professor Sin pointed that my comments mainly goes to Professor Nishino's presentation. Yes, Professor Nishino well summarized the recent relations between the South Korea and Japan. We've been watched President Yoon and Prime Minister Kishida's summit to restore a decade of diplomatic disarray between two countries. And the Yoon administration, from his inauguration, pushed a kind of future-oriented Japan policy, and that is the big change from the previous government. And I think that concluded as a restart of the shared diplomacy between South Korea and Japan. It is the leadership level communication, so very meaningful to improve the both relations in the further cooperation. And Professor Nishino raised 3 points in his analysis about the current South Korean-Japan relations. First one is national sentiment, and the second one is bilateral security cooperation, and the third one is Indo-Pacific cooperation between South Korea and Japan. And I have 3 comments and related questions regarding his 3 points. Yes, first, looking at the process of the current South Korea and Japan relations, it seems that the relationship has been restored in which South Korea take action first and Japan accept it rather than Japan's action. So of course, it is good to have either side to move first and have initiative to improve the relationship. But it seems to be one-sided, not the mutual kind of cooperative way. So the example is, as Professor Kim Jun-young pointed, the South Korea's unilateral solution for wartime forced labor issue. So that is why I think that the public opinion in South Korea is still cautious about the future-oriented South Korea-Japan relations. So I wonder how Japanese domestic politics opinion evaluate this kind of improvements in the current South Korean-Japan relations. And the second, I'm very much curious about Japan's kind of perspective on South Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy. Professor Nishino briefly touched upon the issue in his presentation. So the Yoon administration announced its version of Indo-Pacific strategy in December 2022. But in fact, even looking at Australia, India, and even ASEAN, as well as Japan, it seems quite late for us to announce our version of Indo-Pacific strategy at this point. So until now, Japan has actively carried out Quad cooperation, various trilateral cooperation based on US-Japan alliance, and ASEAN cooperation, and even cooperation with Pacific Islands under the name of the Free and Open Indo-Pacific Strategy, that is FOIP. So in this sense, South Korea can be seen as a country that is far behind in the field of Indo-Pacific strategy. So if Japan considers cooperation with South Korea under the Indo-Pacific strategy, so how do you think about what kind of cooperation can be possible between South Korea and Japan in the Indo-Pacific region? And my third point is global change. Actually, it is on your title of this presentation, so I have to ask the questions about the global change. And I came up with two events to characterize the recent global change. First one is COVID-19, and the second one is Russia-Ukraine war. And yes, we've been through COVID-19 for 2 and 3 years, and the COVID-19 has been overcome by raising our national barriers and the cutting off exchanges with each other. So that means COVID-19 did not make any opportunity to improve the relationship between South Korea and Japan. Then how about Russia and Ukraine war? So yes, when the Russia invaded Ukraine, the whole world was very shocked. And at the same time, South Korean diplomacy, South Korea and Japan seems to have very different responses to Russia and Ukraine war. I think while South Korea kept an eye on the situation while considering its relationship with Russia, Japan, as a G7 country, condemned Russia's invasion quite strongly with the economic sanctions, not only unilaterally but also the multilaterally under the name of the G7 country. So, in this sense, in the wake of Russia and Ukraine war, Japan emphasized not the kind of Indo-Pacific identity, but the identity of the G7 in the world stage. And it was very successfully hold the Hiroshima summit this time in Japan. So from these differences, my perspective may seem quite skeptical to evaluate that the global changes have provided any opportunity to improve South Korea and Japan relations. So it would be very nice to hear the Professor Nishino's opinion on the evaluation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All excellent three discussions and comment and question. So now I would like to turn this table to the presenters to respond to each of these comment or question from the discussion. So first, Professor Kim Jun-young.
Thank you very much, Professor Steen. Yes, thank you very much, Professor Kim's comment. It's very pinpointing and raised important issues. I have 3+1 questions. The first one is, yes, still Cold War is important. It's a key word to understand this changing world, especially two superpowers dominating. I think it's for the next at least 30 years. It's the biggest independent variables of international politics, definitely the US and China. In that sense, bipolarity is the key word. But the reason why I kind of against the fixed order of new Cold War, because it definitely is different from the original Cold War. We cannot divide it into two, and it's not completely separable. It's almost interconnected, and I call it almost like addictions. The world is addicted to China, actually, and China is addicted to world. In that sense, and another point is bipolarity. Even though two powers are, exceeding power over other countries, but other factors, other stakeholders are coming up too. Economically, BRICS and Global South becoming important. And Russia is crying out, they're one of the important player. So if we call it by the standard of polarity, I think it's bi-multipolarity. I don't think it's dominant to a bipolarity in that sense. And from what order to what order, I don't know. That's why I call it messy, because it's mixed and confusing. That's why we call it new normal, because next alternative or next order is not in the sight. So that's why it's this endured and the delayed coming of the next order. So at least for the next another 30 years. Second, I'm critical of the trilateral alliance movement, even though they yet to call alliance, but definitely more than just military cooperation. Previous government, Moon government, defined that or tried to pursue a Korea-Japan relationship and limited it like this. Yes, we need cooperate with Japan on specific issues, such as North Korean issue, nuclear issue, natural disasters, anti-piracy, is okay, but not alliance. We are not mature enough to become alliance, because alliance means no limit. So that's why I am critical about yet. And another reason is geopolitical situations. If we joined this trilateral, geopolitically, we are forefront against continental countries. So that's what's happening. I think we are really be careful about calling this trilateral alliance necessary because of China, Russia, North Korea. I don't think it's independent variables, northern country. They're not that cohesive among. Korea, US, Japan is much more cohesive and become independent variable to cause Northern Triangle. And I think bad word and actually trap for the progressive governments in the past was the word balance. That's a big trap, actually self-made trap to be framed as pro-China, pro-Russia, or pro-North. In Korea, for the past 70 years, even progressive government cannot survive with this balance between China and US. That's a myth. No progressive government pursues balance. Definitely, US-Korea ROK alliance is as an epicenter and the most important. But progressive government wants to say some autonomy, a little bit to some extent. But that balance is such a distorted and the wrong word to use. 3, I totally agree with these democracy issues with Professor Kim. The problem is cynicism. Actually, Trump used this cynicism. Trumpism is all about cynicism, about politics. The populism, either security populism or economic populism, they are not pursuing to solve the domestic issues, but blaming on others. And these days, exclusive nationalism is mostly used by these autocratic countries. That's why these authoritarian countries are blaming other countries for their domestic issues. That's why I called it domestic audience costing is soaring. So foreign policy is seriously in danger. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Professor Wang Yung, your response.
First of all, I would like to thank Professor Bai for your comments, which is very valuable. You touch several questions and make comments on that. I'll be happy to make my own feedback to share my thoughts on it. One is that is a great power, the competition. Okay, I think that is at this moment, okay, the United States, in order to maintain its predominant power, maintain the unilateral order, right? Try to deal with the competitors, either that is Soviet Union in 1950s, 70s, Japan in 1980s, now China. So I think there's something wrong, with such a strategy. Even that the U.S. has a power to implement such a strategy, so in the names of national securities, and to promote great power rivalry. Number one is we are in the nuclear the age, right? So the nuclear powers compete, right? So it can be imposed extraordinary dangers to the world. Secondly, to undermine the economic interdependence, right? To reordering the world economy will slow down the economic efficiency. Everyone will suffer. So now we have seen it. We're seeing the results. From that, right? So we need find a new ways to settle the problems with competition. So I think that in 21st centuries, we should get rid of this great power competition mentality in China, in some other countries. We call it the Cold War mentality. So that is very important. We need, I think, to renew our mindset about international politics. Okay, that is, we should ensure that no longer as the zero-sum game. Secondly, you discuss about the innovation and its influence on the future of U.S.-China competition. I think that's right. Okay, I share the ideas. The innovation will be the base. Will be very important factors to decide U.S.-China competition. So the results. But I'm not sure, what your comments are really the main, right? So that is, of course, China is still on the way of improving in institution ability of innovations. But I think one thing is clear, right? So China will be open to this, right? Even the U.S. try to close the doors on technologies, the transfers. But China, I think, try to ensure the other opportunities of international corporations on technologies, right? So the Europe and some other countries will be important on this. But as you point out that, China will be have its innovations based on its own, the efforts. That's very important. Now we see the more the achievements, right, from the Huawei technology and many others, right? So that is something under the new context of international competition. China have to rely upon its own. That can be a good opportunities for China's companies and the industries, the innovations. Third, the questions you mentioned. Has the U.S. lost the trade war? Yeah, I think that is questions. That will depend on your perspective and the standard. Right. So in the last, I think very interesting to notice that. Right. So in the last 2 years, 2021 and 2022, U.S.-China, has China trade has reached the historical record height. That's a very important things. And on the other hand, the trade with the U.S. has decreased its weight in China's total, foreign trade. right? So now the U.S. has become become the third, the largest trading partners to compare with. So and China, the EU trade has surpassed that of the U.S. and the EU the trade relations. So that is more complicated. So about that. So I think that is. I think China has become the largest trading partners, about 140 nations. China has replaced the U.S. positions in the global supply chains, right, in the last 20 years. So that it means that China's no longer only depends on the markets of the United States. China has expanded greatly the trade relations with all the other regions, right? Not limited to the developed economies, but also emerging economies, the developing countries. So I think that means a lot, for the prospect of the U.S.-China trade competitions. Last, the comment on the role of Korea and Korea's proper role in China-U.S. relations. That's a very important point. To share your views, right? So I think our panel, I think that will be a very, we have heard the important the comments that. So I believe that, that is Korea, in a very good positions to be bridging the gap, promoting the understandings, between the U.S. and China. Peaceful, stable U.S.-China relations can serve all the interests of China. So this is my second visit after pandemic to the other countries. In April, I'm attended Chinese delegations to visit Singapore. Invited by the Singaporean government. So that we conducted China, U.S., Singapore trilateral dialogue. Right? We met with U.S. delegations, some of them separated by the pandemic. But I think we still share a lot of common views, right? Even that is growing tension. Right? So I think that is we also engaged more dialogues with the U.S. counterparts, the think tanks like, we are as in the early July, we will have a dialogue with the U.S. again in U.S. China. We will visit the U.S. So I think that is countries like Korea as a middle power working with the other middle powers can play a very important but constructive role. To mediate the confrontations, ensure so-called that is over simplistic mentality of great power rivalry to bring the instability and war to the world. So I think there will be, and that kind of policy will serve the interests of Korea and the interests of potential reunification of Korea. Well, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Professor Nishino?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Cho, for a very important and insightful comment and question. Regarding the first point, yes, there is a kind of the perception gap between the two countries on the pace and the way of the restoration of the bilateral tie. Still, many South Koreans want Japan to show more sincere attitude, especially on the historical issue. But frankly speaking, many Japanese and Prime Minister, I think Prime Minister Kishida think that yes, we Japanese show more sincere attitude, but many Japanese, including I think Prime Minister Kishida, think that the sincere attitude should be shown in the broader framework of the restoration of bilateral tie. I mean that sincere attitude in Korean interpretation on the history issue. But in Japanese interpretation, sincere attitude is in the broader framework of the and the future-oriented bilateral tie. So this is a kind of the perception gap on the regarding the sincere, responsible attitude. Yes, we needed to narrow this gap by frequent communication and more dialogue and more tangible cooperation. So this is the first answer of the first point Dr. Che made. And the second point is the possible cooperation arena and agenda on between the bilateral relations regarding the Indo-Pacific strategy. I think that the promising area for cooperation is the kind of capacity building in the ASEAN and in Pacific Island countries. Actually, Japanese and the South Korean government, both governments are already doing this kind of the policy towards the ASEAN and the Pacific Island countries. But so far, both governments exercise this kind of the policy respectively, not jointly. But thanks to President Yoon's expression of his hope to realize peaceful and free in the Pacific region, now we both countries can jointly exercise this kind of policy toward ASEAN and Pacific Island countries. So I think this is a possible, promising area. And I also think that we can do another kind of cooperation. One is joint cooperation. Another kind of cooperation is the we play our role respectively. So we need kind of the division of role and responsibility. So for example, on Taiwan issue, if something happened on regarding the Taiwan Strait, I think the South Korea have to deter North Korea's some military adventurousness regarding the Taiwan Strait issue. But in case of Japan, we Japan needed to directly assist U.S. forces in Japan to deter the aggression from the third country to Taiwan. So we need this kind of the division of role and responsibility. This kind of the division of role and responsibility will contribute to the stability in the region. And the third point regarding the how much global change gave impact to our bilateral ties. I think that especially in South Korea, there is a growing concern and awareness on the security importance of alliance and the importance of the kind of the security more or defense and security readiness towards the very severe international relations and order. So in this context, I think for the Japan and South Korea, this is a kind of opportunity to rebuild and reboost our bilateral and trilateral cooperation. So we, Japan and South Korea, are both allies of the United States, and we need jointly to address the first is North Korean nuclear threat, and second is a kind of economic coercion from the third party. And more broadly, we needed to sustain the global liberal international order. So in this context, definitely I think the global change, especially the war in Ukraine, gave a kind of positive effect, positive impact to bilateral ties. But I would like to add one thing. As Professor Kim Junyoung mentioned, actually, many Japanese also does not want to form a trilateral alliance with United States and South Korea and Japan. Yes, we Japanese also want to cooperate in specific issues, North Korean issue and the various, how can I say, the various very important issue in this region. Since now, after the deterioration of 10 years of our very devastated bilateral ties, many Japanese, especially security experts in Japan, are really cautious about the deepening security cooperation with South Korea. This is actually the kind atmosphere in Japan. According to the opinion poll recently revealed by the Yomiuri Shimbun and Hankuk Ilbo, the many South Koreans are really supportive on the trilateral security cooperation. Yes, Japanese are relatively supportive, but another opinion poll showed that relatively Japanese less supportive than South Koreans in terms of the security, trilateral security cooperation among the three countries. So this is the current situation in our security cooperation and the perception. Thank you.
Okay. I need to respond to that. Yeah, I believe you are saying that the Japanese don't want trilateral alliance, but there are 2 points I want to make. Number one is, because the difference between the Yoon and Moon government is unspecified, there is a possibility to expand this military or security cooperation. That means, the Moon government is specific issues. I do agree and I do support on specific issues, especially North Korean issues, but Yoon government actually, no borderline, I don't think there's any limitation. So, and another point is, even though against the Japanese will, but United States want it, definitely, I believe. Not all the American government wants to build up this trilateral alliance to defend or to block civilization of the East Asia. So that part you have to keep in mind. Thank you.
Well, thank you all. We had a very good presentation and discussion so far. We still have some few more minutes left. So I'm wondering if there's any question from the floor, audience. Yes, please. There will be microphones. So please briefly identify yourself.
Hello, I'm Alan Machado from Sungshin University, pupil of Professor Kim, who I had the opportunity to follow the foreign policy course. That was really interesting. It was also really interesting to hear from each one of your point of view. So my question would be directed towards the Korean audience and the Mr. Nishino teacher from Japan. I would like to know if regarding the shift that you all see about the American leadership and the potential new multipolar era, do you feel any kind of feeling in local and domestic opinion about eventually a feeling of a will of more independence in the policy of both South Korea and Japan regarding USA? To make it short, do you think that it's possible to have a shift from South Korea and Japan regarding their interests to stay in connection, to stay in a peaceful relation with China, for example? And do you think that it's a possibility, or the big game power is too strong and USA will keep the edge they had on Korea and Japan?
So your question to both professors?
Yeah, to
Him and
Mr. Nishino, which is the only Japanese teacher here, and one of the Korean teacher here, if you want to answer.
Thank you for question. I think that at this point, the situation in Japan and South Korea are quite similar, I think. Yes, we, Japan and South Korea, are ally of the United States, but at the same time, China as a regional, as a neighboring country, we, Japan and South Korea, also try to make a very constructive and stable relationship with China. So in this context, I think that my personal opinion is that Japan and South Korea can cooperate to mitigate, in a way, the kind of the U.S.-China strategic competition in this region. So for example, on the summit meeting, the May in Tokyo, Prime Minister Kishida and President Yoon agreed to accelerate the trilateral high-level process among Japan, South Korea, and China. And now Japan and South Korea try to realize trilateral summit meeting this year in Seoul. So the kind of this kind of the effort will be jointly addressed by Japan and South Korea. And regarding the Professor Kim Jun-yeon's the previous comment, I totally agree that yes, Biden administration, United States, really want to how can I say integrate our security cooperation under the name of the integrated deterrence. But reality is that still we, Japan and South Korea, have a very different perception towards the China and as well as regional affairs. So we needed to narrow this kind of perception gap, and we needed to have more frequent dialogue. But I think we, Japan and South Korea, as a major power in this region, should and can take a lead in the regional cooperation in this region. This is my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So before we wrapping up, any final word from Professor Wang or Professor Kim?
Yeah, I want to very brief. Please. I think for this region, very important to learn from the histories. Right, so not all of us should be united to avoid the scenario of a new Cold War. Secondly, we should learn from the Ukraine war. That's very important. So I think that is, it seems to me, U.S. is a world the hegemon. You know, he has its strategy, you know, to maintain, you know, the regional threat. To be united, all the other countries, regions, to realize goals. Okay, that's the nature of world power. So I think that is to the regions, our regions, very important to make our collective efforts, not to nuclearizations of the East Asia. Okay, they can be in the Taiwan. Korea, as in the peninsula, and even Japan. They can be, you know, be involved in the big power conflict, right? So but the U.S. will stay behind, okay, as in the case of the Ukraine conflict. So I think that is my now a lot of people start to talk about nuclearizations of Taiwan, nuclearization of East Asia. Thank you.
No? Okay, thank you so much. We really had a very great panel today and discussion. Excellent presentation by all those three great experts, and also wonderful comment question from the discussions. And closing in, personally, I think this is a really, I think it's been a long time that we had this kind of international conference among Korea, China, Japan together since COVID. So this is, for me, it was very refreshing to meet and hear all these, our fellow and scholars from these three countries. And hopefully, as Professor Nishino also said, this year there could be trilateral summit between the leaders from the three countries as well in this very volatile and uncertain period of time. Anyway, thank you so much for all your attention. And please join me thanking all those presenters and the discussants as well.